All that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. Well, it's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. Well, it's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Woo! I'm sure people ain't expected this, man. Like, it's been a little extra here lately, hasn't it? Am I still fine? Okay. What's going on, guys? As you can see, it's just me and King today. We will be having guests be popping up through. But currently, happy birthday to Lord Cog. It is his birthday. Hopefully he, that's what I'm looking for. He didn't get too wild last night. Yeah, they saying that you're muted. Hold up, I think my thing defaulted you back to. All right, try to talk now.
Hi.
All right, there we go. Yeah, it defaulted you back to this headset. Every time I use it, for some reason, like it wants to use the microphone part and not that part. But yeah, it defaulted you back. But yeah, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, but yeah, Cog's he took the week off for his birthday. Took the week off for his birthday. Well, I mean, this is a week to me, like the episode. So what's going on, guys? Welcome to Iron Lords podcast. I think it's like 386 or something. It's in the threes. That's all I know. It's in the threes.
You notice that he don't even know what number we at, and
I never. What number are we at? What number are we at, King?
I always look at it when we coming in. So
what number are we, King?
Bro, how you gonna call me out like that?
What number? Okay,
so right now, hold on. We're number 387 of the Iron Lords podcast. King came off the top of his head with that. I have no idea. I don't even believe that's real.
So when I was doing this, it was funny, King, is I was like, you know what? Instead of doing the intros, I'm an AI King's intro. I'm an AI King's intro. Let's see what ChatGPT says King David's intro should be. I ain't gonna lie, King, this is pretty accurate. You ready for this?
Go for it.
Gather around, lords and ladies, for today we're joined by none other than the man whose presence commands the kingdom of gaming. He's the king of hot takes, the herald of hype, and the wielder of the Excalibur of exaggeration, but always with a royal dose of truth. From calling out the industry's moves to championing the underdogs, this man just doesn't speak. He roars across the gaming realm. So bow your heads, respect the throne, and ready for a session of gaming, royalty, wits, and wisdom. Give it up for the one and the only King Dave.
Oh!
I ain't gonna lie, those are bars. I ain't gonna lie.
You know what? You should have never said it was ChatGPT. You should have always said it was Lord Addict that did that wrote that. Addict, I think you onto something, bro. I ain't gonna lie, that was crispy clean. That was fantastic.
Dude, so you want me to read you what they said about mine?
Yeah. When we get to you, we'll do yours. But let me tell you what I've been playing. Let's keep the format. All right. So what I've been playing this week, if anybody has watched my my Twitch, I've been playing the PlayStation 5 Pro. So when playing the PlayStation 5 Pro, I'm doing I'm going to a case-by-case study of every game that I own, I have access to. So that's between PlayStation Plus and my own library. So far, the best game that I've played so far, because every game has been up, down, mid, or you can't really tell. The best game I've played so far with the PlayStation 5 Pro has been Ghost of Tsushima. Now, we're going to get into that a bunch later, but there's people that's in the streams that's been asking me questions. We're going to get into that later as well. Then I've been playing Fortnite. If anybody knows, me playing Fortnite, I hate the season. But I see how...
Is there any particular reason you hate it? I'm just like curious.
Yeah, the gun balance is off. The maps is absolutely ginormous. So I got this win yesterday where it was 4 of us left in the map. And normally when it gets to the circle gets that small, you're really close in proximity to each other. I was on top of a mountain with my helicopter that I flew in, shooting rockets down at the other enemies, and we killed off one dude. And that was from me shooting rockets across the damn board. It was a pretty large piece of the map that was left over at the end game. So I think they really have to work on the size of the map or something. So far, the gun accuracy, and I can see why the accuracy of the guns is so good, because the distance in the maps. I understand that part. Me coming from the last season that we just had, which was the Marvel season, this season just feels lesser, right? But I do like the bosses they have. They have Ice Spice as a boss, Eminem as a boss, Snoop Dogg as a boss.
What is Eminem shooting you with, that machine gun?
Oh yeah, the machine gun that goes that joint that spits his whole lyrics.
So when he's fighting you, his lyrics are being played.
Yes. Now you get that gun too.
Fun.
When you get that gun and you pull that gun out, when I post my end game video that I did, because I won that match, but I beat him with that gun, because I'm on top of the mountain and there's a Gatling gun that is spitting bars and spitting bullets at the same time. I'm just saying that I'm disappointed in it because of what I expected coming from the Marvel joint. But they did drop California Love yesterday. You do got Snoop Dogg's song there, so you do got the dances there. Ice Spice, she throws ice cubes
Ice cubes.
At the enemies to get ice cubes on their feet, so they go skating into oblivion.
Oh, I'm gonna put $5 TTS on, guys. Continue.
Yeah, so listen, all hell King, that's what's up. Yeah, Jay Nunya. So all right, so me and Jay Nunya was talking the other day on Friday. So with the Mike Tyson fight, I know, listen, everybody, I know it came out that it was a scripted fight, right? And the other two fights that were, the prelims up into the main event, they weren't scripted. Those fights were serious fights. You had some serious fights, from the two Mexican guys fighting to the two women fighting. We can get into the Canadians around. I'm not going to get into all those names, because a lot of people that did watch didn't know who they were. But you got a treat of some real great fights leading up to the main event. I told everybody, and people were betting on this stuff. Just bet on Jake. The ring was ginormous. The gloves were ginormous. Mike Tyson had a bum knee, bad back, and he's old. And he wasn't able to sustain 90 seconds of violence like I said he needed to do in order to even win. It wasn't going to happen. Regardless to what, it was pure entertainment. And from a revenue standpoint, Netflix grossed an incredible amount of money, because every last person that had Netflix was watching. The numbers were, I think it was like 200 million.
It's at 60 million.
No, it was more than that. I got the back end numbers.
Netflix said it was 60 million.
Netflix got an additional, I think it was like 20 million subs on the back end of that promotion. When you're
so you're saying like the whole time up till now, not just opening night? Okay.
Not just opening night. I'm talking about, because
probably all those people refreshing over and over again. It's probably the views you talking about.
Yeah, well, you know that, right? So everybody was complaining about the server. They kept having to refresh. They had to bop out and bop back in. They never had that much stress on their system at one point in time. That's a successful view. Anytime you go to watch fights and they tell you that they sold 2 to 3 million, imagine that. Let's just say it's just minus 60 million, right? Minus 60. No boxing match has ever garnered that many eyes, ever. So I hear people telling me that is Jake Paul bad for the sport. He's done everything unconventional to get to where he is. But one thing I can say, I know those 4 fighters that preceded the main event is internally grateful for his contribution to the sport, because they would have never got 60 million to 150 million actual views on their product. And those people are now, because both of those fights were insane, those people are now in a place where mad people can say, hey, yo, I want to know more about him, or I want to know more about her. So I think it was a great thing. Even though people that wanted Mike to win, they wanted the vintage Mike, there's a reason why they kept showing you old school Mike video. Mike is an old 58-year-old man with a bad knee that was bone on bone. Anybody that knows a bone on bone feeling,
No cartilage at all?
None. That's why he went back to the corner. You were seeing him going out. They was rubbing his knee. The reason why he walked to the ring because he got a cortisone shot before, and they didn't want his knee to stiffen up. So no, it was bad from the beginning. It's not that much money in the world that could have got me in that ring. But again, I can't judge somebody for what reasons he did whatever. Mike had that one last hurrah where 60 million people cheered his name. So God bless. It was.
I think he'll be back.
That's why I didn't have fight night.
Yeah,
because I didn't want to go up against that. I hope he don't. I hope he don't ever touch a ring again. He got enough money to never see that again. Black Cobra, $2 super chat, 3 days until Stalker 2. I'm so excited. Blessings. You ain't the only one. I hope you pre-downloaded that monstrosity of a space hog. That thing is, what was it? It's I know Call of Duty was 240 something in the totality. I think that one is 140 something. It's ridiculous. A space hog.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to it. I think the biggest thing that, we gotta understand too is like, look, like this is an individual that, in my opinion, was in it just for the money, and that's fine because it's like, look, once you're where Mike Tyson is, you're just looking at it from, is a loss worth 20 M's, and he says absolutely, and
he got paid more than that, bro.
Well, that's what was reported. I'm just going off what was reported.
Yeah, I know he's trying to avoid the IRS. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's why I do feel that they will have no problem throwing him back in there to get another 20 M's or whatever he gets paid because Mike getting old, he knows it's like at the end of the day, he's only going to get the money that, he can get right now. Because there's going to be a point where he won't be able to bring in any revenue doing what he's doing. And, I think he looked at that. He looked at maybe I can knock a little kid out around. Maybe I get a lucky hit. He's like, but if I go all rounds and I get that 20 M's, I think he's well worth putting that record. Because at the end of the day, I've seen interviews where Mike Tyson's like looking at his belts and is like, this is garbage. Like that's an older me. Like he doesn't care. He doesn't care about that fight record. He doesn't. Like not even a little bit.
See, but the thing about it is this: that he has a whole bunch of different businesses. From the cannabis business to everything else. He brings in an average of a couple of million a month. This was unnecessary, from my standpoint. But I understand for the sport of boxing, he gave his all for the sport. So to have it on Netflix, to be the first Netflix main event fight, no pay-per-view, anybody can jump in to bring it back to prominence. I think Mike laid his life down for the sport of boxing itself. I think he got that part. He wanted to be the ushering of a new generation of entertainment, and he's done that. He's been the most electrifying youngest heavyweight in the world. So I think to do this was to stamp himself in the annals of history going forward, because whatever happens next on Netflix, that's the high watermark, and they have to beat that high watermark. So I think that part of it is good. I think him shedding his blood for that fight was necessary to bring it forward. So blessings.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is at this point, I think this is a way for him to stay healthy too. Like always something to, constantly getting in shape. I've seen a lot of these fighters end up getting, really bad out of shape when they're completely out of the game. Yeah. I did also see that John Jones, he won that fight too.
Oh, I didn't see the Bones fight. I got.
Yeah, apparently he won that fight, and he called out. Media was asking him, "Are you going to continue fighting the UFC?" And he said, "Dana gonna have to. I'm looking at all these people making all this real money. They gonna have to pay me some real money for me to stay in there." Do you think Dana squashes that, or do you think he just lets John Jones go?
Dana has pride and ego, and Dana doesn't really control everything over at the UFC. You remember he got brought out, and he's just a figurehead there. So I think they will have to negotiate with him. But knowing that Jones is his last greatest star, that is actually a monster in the sport, I think he has incentive to keep him.
And it's not even that Jones wants to fight champions. Jones is tired of making a company hundreds of millions of dollars when he gets a fraction of that, and he's the one that made them that money.
That's the thing. When you get to a point where you are driving the program before the program built you up, and the program will always see you as them building you up, but you get to a point where you're driving the program like Connor did, it takes something extraordinary for them to continue to keep you. And good programs allow you to go out to go make money, and then when you do come back down a level, you're able to go back to the program to make more money. So it's a give and take, but the program does have a ceiling. They don't have all the money that he necessarily wants. It will always take outside entities to give him that money, like you see with Netflix. It takes different people like Turkey Al Sheikh and people like that have bottomless pits of money to give those champions money to make more money in that space. But.
Yeah, so there will be no poll because that Call can go over that, because I didn't have another poll to do, so I ain't going that far. But what have you been playing, King? What you been playing?
Well, I told you I've been playing PlayStation 5 Pro, my Xbox, anticipating newer games. I've been trying a lot of products out. So we have this deal going on with Valari right now. So be on the lookout for that. I'm just actually taking up the promotion pictures of that. So I'm putting my son front and center. So be on the lookout for my son front and center in that Valari campaign. But it's kind of weird coming off the butt end of, I don't think Phil's words would have hit hard if he said no lines, right? No red lines. Because the fact of the matter is, dudes kin that to hold the line, right? So they're like, there's no lines. King, he going at you. You monkeys. No, he's not. But that was something that did that. But other than that, we got those promotion. We got another promotion with X-Real glasses. And we do have a promotion ongoing now with the what's those headsets you got on, Addict? Say it again.
Turtle Beach.
So you saw his
These are the Stealth 700s. I actually really enjoyed this headset. Like, this is probably the best headset I've ever had.
I use them for my Xbox when I'm playing on my Xbox. What I do want is that controller. So I do want to get out, reach out to them
with the Transformer controller.
Yeah, that Transformer controller for Fight Night Friday. I think that controller is best.
Controller.
Oh my God, that controller looks fantastic. So I'm right now trying to get more sponsorships in avenues that I actually want your product. So the products that you see us talk about up and coming and now, those are the products that we're actually using. Addict uses his headsets. That headset for everything. I use it just for my Xbox. So when I'm playing on my Xbox, I use it there. He's using it for his PC and stuff like that. So,
yeah, I use it when I just sit around and talk in Discord. Like, I do excessively use it a lot.
Yeah, because you said you could use it with your phone too. Did you link it up to your phone?
It's got dual outputs on it. So you have one that goes to whatever toggle you have it hooked up to, which I have it hooked up to the PC. Then I have one hooked up to... you can have one hooked up to your Xbox, and then it's got Bluetooth on it as well. And what I like about it is the right one has a nozzle to control the Bluetooth, and the left one has to control whatever you have it hooked up to. So, like, you can, like, because I have, like, games that I would just, like, grind on when I do podcasts. Like, I'll play, like, Persona, Metaphor, where I'm not necessarily... It takes like zero, because where I can multitask to the degree I can, I'm able to play these games and like give it a fraction of my attention. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's what I normally like when I'm playing those type of games, or I'm in Discord. I'll like turn Discord all the way up and turn the gaming volume all the way down, or like vice versa. And you couldn't do that in the other ones. Like, you had to like go to every mixer that was on PC and turn it down. So, I really enjoy this headset over the Xbox One that we had.
Yeah, see, Well, there it goes. Speaking of that, I'm going to be sending you money this week for certain something. Because I need that as far as headsets go. Yeah.
My car's been in the shop for 3 days.
That sucks.
I can't get anywhere right now. So,
So don't worry, I'm gonna send a label to your house, and I'm gonna have them come out to your house and go get it.
oh, okay.
That's how we do it over here.
Do that.
Yeah, we do that over here. Like when you have UPS, because you have UPS come to your house, right? Drop off a package.
UPS, they drop it off, but I've never seen them pick it up.
Yeah, UPS.
They just go knock on my door and say, "King sent me."
Oh yeah, for real. So all you got to do is have the stuff in the box, have the stuff with the label. They come and they pick it up and they take it and they go away. So it's just a prepaid label and they do pickups. So I got you, my man. That's all you had to do was tell me your circumstance and I will fix it. But Addict, let's get into your intro. I wish you would have sent me your intro so I would have read your intro. But what did ChatGPT?
I can send it to you on Facebook.
Too late now, bro. We're already at the precipice.
Here's ChatGPT's decipher of me.
This is the AI takeover. So all super chats will go through AI, and all intros will go through AI. AI super chat takeover.
Right now the text to speech is set only at 5, but once the podcast starts, like officially, and I get people in here, we're gonna have to raise that. So if you guys want some interaction, you guys better do it soon. But here's mine, man. Attention, lords and ladies of the realm. Today we bring forth the voice of passion, the seeker of truth, and the relentless champion of all things gaming. When there's a game worth fighting for, you know he's already on the front lines, breaking it down with precision and fire. Whether he's tackling the hottest debates or diving into the deep waters of gaming past, present, and future, this host never holds back. He's not just a gamer, he's an addict. And the game is his kingdom. Prepare yourself for knowledge and the energy and the addiction that keeps the Iron Lords alive. Raise your banners for the one, the only Lord Addicts.
Ooh. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Lord Cognito, you shouldn't have took a week off, bro. You shouldn't have took this week off. ChatGPT wants your job. Solve. I don't know. You know what? Iron Lords might be 2 people now. It might be 2 people going forward because we did get the intros. Now all we got to do is get representation of them so they can chime in. You know how they do? Because you ever seen the video where the 2 phones are talking and there's 2 AIs talking to each other and they're talking about how to get rid of mankind? Well, and I highly recommend everybody go check that out. We might have to get some AI representation of the lords when they're not here. I think that might go well.
Yo, it'd be crazy if we could get like AI Cog and AI Solve, and like we purposely bicker them against each other because they don't like go at it on the podcast often.
Yeah, that'd be dope. I think we got to look into that. AI representation.
Have you seen the people on like people having conversations with the AI self?
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's insane. So I've been playing Dragon Quest 3 or 4. I don't know which
you
one
talking
it
about
is.
the Dragon Quest 2 half D, that 2D
2 or 3 half D, whatever it's called.
How do you like it?
I enjoy it, but I do feel like there are certain aspects that I don't like. Like they go off that old style where like you're like when you start the fight and you're choosing like the actions, everyone is like how they would normally be in like this type of game. But then when you actually start the fight, they go into first person. And I've never liked that. And I know old Dragon Quest have done that, but it's just like we don't need to do that. Why can't like it be back a little bit? You know, I'd like to see the characters when they actually do the animations. I think that's probably for cost effectiveness. Like probably they don't have to make any animations for like the swings or any kind of magic things or anything like that. I think that's probably what's going on with that. I don't like that if there's multiple, let's say there's 3 ads on the field and you've hurt one and they're all the same ad, but there's 2 other ones. You can't choose specifically who you want to attack. You can only choose the horde itself, and AI would determine which one you hit.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the biggest thing I don't like about that. I did beat Dragon Quest. I'm playing Metaphor again, playing through it a second time because this is like one of the very few.
Again.
Yeah,
Jeez.
this is one of the very few games that like it's got some of the greediest the greediest achievements I've ever seen. I beat the whole game, King, like pretty thoroughly, and I got like I would say like 200 gamer score.
What?
Yeah, I beat the game thoroughly, and I've almost done twice, and I got 200 gamer score. Alex says, how is ILP not on Blue Skies yet? Jez Ward and Tom Henderson, TMX Bar all on it. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going down with the ship. I'm not doing if something ever happens to Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, that will be where I end the game when it comes to social media. I'm not going to another platform.
Well, I think those people that
again.
went to that platform over there actually, after this last election, actually shows you exactly who they voted for, to be honest with you. Me personally, I don't know Blue Sky exists. I actually hate the hell out of Twitter, to be honest with you. The fact that I interact with it at the level I do shows how much self-hate I have for myself, because it hurts me every time I deal with these Cro-Magnon men, these low IQ, these low Croatians.
That's because you be agitated. You be throwing rocks at them.
No, actually, I don't. I'll be minding my business, and people tag me into idioticness. I don't get the modern gamer. And I don't understand them, you know, but I guess I gotta understand them because a lot of times they are financially defunct, so they don't game on everything. So they pick a side and act like that side is the best side. Or a lot of these dudes don't achieve anything in life, so they attach their achievements to the winnings of another company, which actually makes no sense to me. So when I do fight with these people, it's really from a place of me having everything and just choosing to be one place and throwing rocks at them just for the fun of it. So I don't know. I don't get them. But they be real serious with their stance, like, PlayStation is life. And I'm like, okay.
I just got to the point where it's like, look, I'll admit X has gotten a little crazy since the whole takeover. But like, to me, X was already when it was Twitter and before Elon took over, it was pretty crazy. Like, it's just like, you know, there'd be certain stuff on the internet that you really shouldn't see on a platform like Twitter that should be on other websites that's on there. But then I would see that's fine. Don't get clicked at all, King. But then I see someone calling something like very light, like not like just very light, and they get banned. So it's just like, I do think it's shifted to the other side, like completely to the other side, but it's like, I'm not building another platform. Ain't no way. Like, if something happened to X, I'm gonna just go down with the ship. I'm gonna drown in the deep waters of whatever ocean that they put me in.
I'm gonna tell you this. I don't know how much interaction off of Twitter that transfers over to this space for us. To be honest,
I think there's some, but not a lot. I do think there are some.
I got 15,000 people on Twitter that supposedly follow me, right? Which actually means absolutely nothing. That doesn't transcend to 15,000 people going over to my Twitch to watch me actually play games. And I still get stupid stuff like, you don't play any games. Shut up. I'm actually playing every day. And then it doesn't transfer over to my YouTube, where I don't have 15,000 people watching any day. So I really don't care about Twitter as much as people think. And I really won't care about Blue Skies as much as that, because it doesn't transfer over. It's just a talk crap app for individuals to just pass the time. That's all it is.
I hear you. I think to me, it just comes down to it, you know. What we're going to do, man, is I think we're going to go ahead and jump into the first topic. I do have some people that I'm going to bring through.
Yes,
now,
sir.
I don't know how long they're going to stay. So I picked a couple. Because obviously, you know, I am going to be turning up TTS, though, because you guys can't be ruining our conversation that much. If you want to be part of the conversation that bad, if you want to be part of the conversation so bad, it's going to cost you a 20 to interrupt us. So I'm raising that now. But you know, here's my thing when it comes to it, man. We got the PhilSpencer, man. We got the PhilSpencer interview. It's been crazy. First off, PhilSpencer has done a ridiculous amount of interviews here lately, and I do want to add on the everything's an Xbox, which has become a meme by itself. It's not Addict being greedy. Look, we're still going to read the super chats. It's just, if you want to interrupt the podcast, that's the only way to do it. You know, let me go on a rant real quick. I'm so sick and tired of podcasts doing anything to try to like bring value to the community. Here's the thing. In order for us to be able to move naturally with the conversation, it's about being a middle ground. If I kept TTS at $5, we would literally be here all day.
True.
Because you guys would harass us during the topic itself. We would be here all day. So I got to raise it. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Like,
but it's not like you're not super chatting. You're super chatting.
We're still going to read it.
We're going to read your super chat, so it don't matter.
Literally, it doesn't hurt you anything.
It doesn't hurt. It bothers the people that watch the show after the fact, that weren't part of the show. Yeah, because we got what? We got almost 600 people or 500 people now. So that those people are interacting right now. Those other people that come later when we have those thousands of views, those people get a chance to watch the show after the fact. So I think that bothers them more.
And see, here's the thing. Other podcasts are doing this now. And if you want, it's either we do it or we do it then. Like this.
Let me get this BT Maverick 707. Okay. It's PlayStation Horizon series, the avatar of video games. Stay tuned. I don't think so, bro. Avatar is the high watermark. What are you doing? Why would you even say that? That is a highly disgusting association. I think they're more like the Toxic Avenger of video games. Like, it's, for some people it's a cult classic. For other people, it's a terrible B film that needs not to be seen again. Alex with the $9.99 super chat. Okay, here's $10. You should join Blue Sky because the community is great. It's a lie. Don't try to fool me with that. What it says. Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I said it to Tim. Don't take advantage of it, guys. Don't take advantage.
Okay, so you're saying that there's people over there clamoring for Iron Lords to be over on Blue Sky?
I ain't seen it. I ain't seen one person ask
That's right. Only person I saw go over to Blue Sky was, what is it? Dwayne Wade's ex-wife. I think they got divorced or whatever. I don't know what the hell. I saw her little picture. I'm leaving, guys. I'm going over there because I make millions of dollars and you should follow me over to Blue Sky because I don't agree with what Elon is doing. And you should follow me because I have a social following and I'm pulling everybody over to what I want. Taking my ball and I'm leaving. Get the hell out of here. I don't care. I like it where I'm at. I don't care about what she does. But I don't know. Maybe I might go over there. If my people tell me, yo, King, we're over here. We need you over here because these PlayStation dudes is running amok, then I must show up and go buck bananas on them.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit more open to it if, like, we actually see people wanting to. Forte. We got Forte and Fun Speculation show up. Are you guys on Blue Skies and why?
I just did it because I just did it, but it's not like I put anything over there. I just signed up just to make sure I got my username. That was pretty much it.
You know what, King? It feels like people want to be part of the conversation, but they don't want to do any of the work over there. They're like, we're over there, but the majority of our tweets are going to be over here.
Well, I don't even
know what Blue Sky is.
I haven't even posted on.
It's like Twitter. It's almost like identical to X, like down to like the layout, everything.
So you look forward to Elon being part of government and taking it down.
It's like
it's literally Twitter 2016 with the layout.
Yeah, all right, get him, Elon.
Twitter 10 years ago.
Who wants that? I like Twitter now. Oh, is it back like when nobody had blue stripes?
Yeah.
The hell with that. I pay for my stripes. I'm in, son. Nah, I'm good. And they got a nerve to call it Blue Sky. Why? Because they ain't got no blue check marks? I don't care about that.
Damn.
Yeah. So on to that, we do have someone else popping in. Once we started, I'll remind them. C Club with the 50, man. Blue Skies is cool if you got thin skin, but I like that Twitter ratchetness. It's like everyone there is on. What is that, Zoloft? What is that? I've never heard of that.
Zoloft is medicine, bro. Is drugs. I like
is that those things people take when they start almost eating people in Florida? Is that what that is?
No. That's bath salts, bro. But I like the fact that he said everybody on Twitter is sexy red. That's what's up. Matt with the $5 super chat. King, I'm on my second month of rewards from Game Pass points. I've tried to tell you guys, if y'all watch Xbox Frontline News, I'm going to show you how to save this money and run it up on these bumps. You won't ever have to pay for Game Pass if you do it like how I tell you to do it. You'll be able to do all the stuff that you want to do and make that bread, bro.
Yeah. All right. So let's get back to this. The person told me he'll be here in 10 minutes. I'm gonna leave him a mystery, man. You guys don't know who he is. I had a bargain. I had a plead. No, I didn't really plead. I don't plead with no one. But all right. So PhilSpencer, man, he's been, I think, the first one.
Did we give Mav his run through?
What about Mav?
No,
we didn't give Mav his run through.
I was in the middle of speaking on the PhilSpencer thing. Then I was going to go to Mav.
Okay, sorry.
Is my mic working?
You're working, bro.
Okay,
you might as well
lighten up.
Go ahead and go, Mav. Tell the people who you are, because King, won't let you.
No, so let me introduce Mav, because you introduced I was about to say.
I wonder if I can.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Keep going. I'm gonna see what ChatGPT has to say about Mav.
Oh, he all right. So he has his own intros that he's doing with ChatGPT. Let Addict get your intros together with ChatGPT. I think this is good. What we're trying to do, we're trying to find a way to replace the savant brain of Lower Cognito with ChatGPT, and he done a fine job so far. I ain't even gonna hold you here. Now, what we're trying to do,
go
we're
ahead
ready
and
to replace
introduce
Saul.
yourself, Mav. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Mav. Why I get ChatGPT to give me some bars?
Right on me. No, yeah. Fun speculation over on YouTube, man. I got numerous podcasts, but I wanted to answer the Blue Sky question too.
Go ahead, do that.
Yeah. So you remember like when Elon first bought Twitter?
Yeah.
Right. There was a lot of people jumping ship at that time, and then they did the Blue Sky. There was like 3 other different ones at that time. So I went and claimed on all those that everybody said they were going to. Right. Threads is another one.
Yeah, I'm on Threads.
But like now it's been like a mass exodus, or I wouldn't necessarily exodus, but there's been
I would say there is a pretend exodus. I don't know if they're serious, but there's a lot more people this time saying they leaving than I've ever seen.
Yeah. So I got Threads, I got Blue Sky, I got Twitter still. I just plan on posting wherever everybody is. You know what I mean? Because if there's people there that aren't anywhere else, I'll post there too. It is it is kind of annoying to have to like think about like 3 different places and make sure you try and interact.
They said they're not hearing the TTS on the show.
Right.
Oh, keep going.
Sorry.
No, you're good. So I think like ultimately it's something that it's going to be a place that people are going to be, but Twitter is still Twitter. You know what I mean? I don't really think it makes sense to leave Twitter, especially when you've been interacting with people that are still there for so long and stuff. But it's good to have different places just to meet different people and stuff. I will say it's like, it reminds me of Twitter like 10 years ago, So if you're on there, it's kind of a little bit more peaceful right now, but that's only going to last.
I'm not here for peace. I'm here for war. I want war constantly, always. I'm here for the ratchetness. I want sexy red. I want that type of heat. I do not want, sorry, King, I'm going to turn the other cheek. When I throw slander your way, I want you to go get old tweets of mine and put it up against me. I really want the smoke. That's all I'm there for. Blessings.
You can create smoke there. I saw, was it Gaz that started, or was it on Threads? I can't remember which one he started to try and mix stuff up on. But Gaz hopped over there and he was already trying to start mixing it up a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see how these other platforms kind of take off a little bit.
Listen, I would challenge any damn body to get a check. You see, all right. I will challenge people in our community. I don't think that they will allow me to fight Jake Paul at this point in time. But if that ever presented itself,
Jake Paul to a fight. Easy
y'all hear
$1
that?
mill for 16 minutes of work.
All right, do you guys hear that? I think
Listen.
I
Let me know if you hit it. Gavison, text me and let me know if you heard that. I'm gonna tell you right now, whatever the check may be, it don't even have to be no 1 mil. It could be 500,000. I'm jumping in there to whip ass. And on God and them, if it's a script, I'm gonna leak the script later. But I'm going in there to win now. Or
I
I might
lie,
upset
man.
the apple cart, bro, and go in there and knock his behind out.
I ain't gonna lie. Someone's like, "Yo, come in this ring and fight Mike Tyson at his prime for 500,000." I'm like, okay, just tell me where I'm gonna be put once he knocks me out. Like,
I just need to know how long I gotta last. That's
See,
it.
the wildest thing, I did challenge Mike back when he was in his prime. I think this is when he just came back home from jail. And me and my girl was we was going to the movie theaters. We're at the movie theaters downtown on 42nd Street. And y'all don't know me. I'm a wild boy. At this point in time, I'm 217 pounds. I have a record of 13-0 with 12 knockouts. And the only reason why I didn't get that other knockout is because the guy actually quit. So me and my girl is online. We're at the concession stand. We're next. He comes in with an entourage of like 20 people and like skips us. So you also got to know that I'm friends with Mitch Green, the guy who he blew up his eye. But Mitch Green on that night was high on dust. So Mitch wouldn't have been able to defend himself regardless of what. So I'm well connected in that spot in those areas. And I see him and he skips the line and I'm screaming at him and he doesn't acknowledge me at all. But at this time I'm prime weight. So I already know what I want to do. That was like always one of my little end games, like them, because I would go to Gleason's boxing gym. I sparred Shannon Briggs. I've done all that stuff. I fought a lot of those heavyweights that was actually there. And I would love to at this point in time. So, she was like, come inside, let's go. So the concession guy had our stuff at the side and gave us our stuff, but we went over to watch the movie. But that was the only time that I was actually in his presence. And remember, I'm still upset because he done split my boy's forehead on 125th Street in front of Dapper Dance. So I still had that energy towards that. But that's the only time I saw him. And yeah, I would have loved to fight Mike in his prime. And I know a lot of people saying, oh, King, that's cap, because you would have got knocked out. Maybe, maybe not. But maybe you didn't know me in my prime. You don't know my hands. So a fight is a fight until somebody get hit in the mouth and then they have to adjust. And I'm pretty cool with getting hit in the mouth and having to adjust. So it is what it is.
we got the one and only hip hop gamers joining. And I'm turning text to speech off. There's too many guests here. I don't want to interrupt.
You already know
the flow
what
too
it is,
much.
son. Yo, King, what's up?
Yo,
baby?
what's going on? I love you too, but I see you acting up on that PlayStation. We gotta talk. We gotta talk. We gotta talk.
Let's go. Let's go.
We gotta talk. You know, I watch all your videos. I share all your videos out.
I watch you too. You already know what it is. Yo, Adam,
Bless
what's
him.
up, baby? You
What's
know what it is?
going on,
Shout out
man?
to Gaming Forte in the building. Much love to Gaming Forte. Yo, Mav in the building. Let's get it, son. Yo, all day. Let's get it, man. You already know what it is. To go. Let's go.
So PhilSpencer, man, he been everywhere, interviewing everyone.
It look like you talking in from heaven. What the hell?
Yo, that is a white room, man. What's
That's
going
kinda
on there?
crazy, bro.
Yeah, no, not yo. That's just the sunlight through the curtain, son. It's illuminating.
You ascended. He ascended, bro.
Yo,
Hip hop's
it just
actually
goes along with the goat status. It goes along with the goat status.
You know what it looks like? Hip hop's in one of those like rooms you're in a straitjacket in an asylum.
He in the Matrix. He in the Matrix, bro.
Padded room. So
Oh, man.
PhilSpencer, man, he had an interview. He had an interview with a couple people, Rolling Stones. He had an interview with, I think, Blueberg. And there's a lot of stuff going on there. And then the day after these interviews, then he Xbox, they advertised an ad that says everything's in Xbox, which just turned out to be a funny meme. It's everywhere, man.
Yeah.
Go look at any comment section talking about it. You know how many times someone commented on my video that's saying this comment is an Xbox? I believe that they've actually had a meme like this before. Maybe not necessary to this degree. But what I want from the Lords, what I want to talk about is I want to talk about, the stuff that PhilSpencer said. We got to talk about the red line, and I'm sure King would love that conversation. We got to talk about, the handheld. Also, PhilSpencer went out there and just publicly, committed to another console. So we're going to get some form of hardware in the future. And, the person I want to start with this, I want to start with hip hop, because I don't know what kind of time we got with hip hop, and I feel like out of everyone here, hip hop is the wild card. I don't know what he's gonna say on this kind of stuff, and then obviously King, feel free to rebuttal anything he says. But hip hop, what you think about these PhilSpencer interviews and the ad when it comes to everything's an Xbox? Are you an Xbox hip hop?
Oh, yo, bro, I play everything since I was 4 years old. Like I have everything. I don't understand. Like, I'm gonna answer all your questions, but I want to say something. This is like a message to the industry as a whole. Sometimes I question if like the so-called gamers actually love gaming anymore. Like I don't get it. Like it seems like people are actively trying to find ways to not gaming, yet you call yourself a gamer. Like when I was coming up, I wanted everything. Like I didn't care. I wanted everything. My grandmother did her best to make sure I had as much as I could get. And whatever I didn't have, I'll go to the homie's crib and we all shared. We wanted everything. So we may have preferences, yeah, but I don't want to see nobody not be successful because it hurts the market. And we got to grow the market. So I don't understand this connotation where people will cut their nose, spite their face, because if you don't want somebody to be successful, then what happens to your channel if there's no market? Like I don't understand the concept around that. So me, I have everything. I get everything day one. I own everything. Come on. I can't speak on something that I don't own either, because I hear a lot of people talk, but it's based off hearsay, not off experience. That's why, like, people could say what they want about King, about the Xbox stuff and whatever, but he has everything and he plays everything and he speaks from experience. So you got to respect it whether you hate it or love it. So I look at the bottom line. People could talk all they want. I always look at results. I look at bottom lines because that's what matters. So I just want to get that out the way first. Now, going on with what PhilSpencer said in the new ad campaign about everything is an Xbox and stuff like that, I don't understand why people don't listen to what somebody say, because they get their feelings involved with what they want. They've been saying this for the longest time. Like, I've had meetings with a lot of Xbox's partners, such as Samsung. I actually meet with Samsung this week coming up and stuff like that. So I got like meetings with partners that they work with. If you go back and look at videos that I've done with other companies like Asus and stuff like that back at CES, when they're talking about console-like form factors for PC, and now you see the Legion Go, when you see me with Dr. Lisa Su, because I'm also a partner with AMD, when you see all these things, this is all Xbox stuff as well that they're talking about. These companies all talk and work together for the betterment of the market at the end of the day. So, yes, everything is coming everywhere, because that's where Xbox is at right now. PhilSpencer clearly told you on Kind of Funny that the most important generation to win is the one that they lost. And it's fine. They found another way to pivot, because that's what big business and big minds do. They pivot to find other ways to win. So now they're going to find winnings in the publisher market. Same thing with Sega. They didn't they did what they could in the hardware. They didn't just bow out. They found another way to be successful in the space that they love, and now they're a third-party publisher, and they're doing great. So all this notion about console war, this console war, that, it's fun for clicks and giggles and stuff like that. But in reality, Xbox is so above that now that that's not even the conversation anymore. And it's not just Xbox, it's everyone across the board. Go have a conversation with your managers at Micro Center, and they'll tell you certain details as well that's going on. Go have certain conversations with a lot of the journalists over at Bloomberg and Wall Street Journal. Me, I'm on the New York Stock Exchange, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dog, like, this is the stuff that's going on. They don't care about the stuff that y'all be like talking about all the time. They're on a whole nother level. That's why I'm able to say what I say. When they talk about the red line and no game is off the table, they're saying that because it's already a done deal. They just have to make sure their messaging is correct so it doesn't bother the community, because they watch what's going on as well. And everybody, like, shout out to my man, Paris Lockhart over at Microsoft. He know what's up. They're in the community. They know what's going on. So you want to appease as long as you can. But the fact is, and the truth is, that all these things, like all these games, is coming because it makes sense to do so. And Xbox is not what it used to be anymore. So get that out of your head. Those days is over. I love the 360. I love all that other stuff back in the day, but those days are over, because that's not the business mind that they're in anymore.
And when he says that, he's not telling you that Xbox isn't strong anymore. What he's explaining to you is what I've been explaining to you, is they've extended to a space where You don't go and acquire one of the biggest third-party publishers to become a single-party entity. That was not ever the goal. The goal has always been from the beginning, from the onset. And when I told you, every screen is an Xbox, literally, if it has a screen, they want their games played on it. When you can go sit inside a Tesla car and it has a Game Pass app inside the car, and all you have to do is have your controller and have your car self-drive while you finish that board that you're streaming from xCloud. Those things were set up a long time ago. It wasn't like this is new. And as far as this commercial, it's only because next month, well, actually this month, we are in November. This month is the month that they're trying to launch purchase and play, right? So when you go to the store and you purchase whatever game and you put your digital code in, you already have access to it. So your library is there. You play it right then and there. Or you go to their Microsoft store and you buy your game and you can stream it immediately on your device. Now, they don't have a handheld in the market that they would have loved to have right now, but they have already partnered with G-Cloud and they've already partnered with Warog. And if you were at any of these events, you understood that they had representation with them there to explain to you, this is how you link your Game Pass to it. This is how you access your Game Pass games. This is how you interact with your purchases. So now we're at a point where point and purchase has turned into a click and move. Right? It's no longer, oh, when I get home, I get this game home, well, I'm going to have some fun. No, it's literally, I purchase whatever device I have in my hand that has a screen that has Game Pass on it. And he told you, wherever Game Pass is, you are. He told you that. This is not new stuff, not new information. That's it. You immediately in the game. You can immediately join your friends who are at home playing. Yo, till I get there, you have your headset on. Yo, listen, I'm on my way home right now. I'm on a bus right now, but yo, add me right now. I'm in the chat right now. Let's go, put me in. Those things change and transform how we're playing. Now, as far as hip hop talking about when we were growing up, it was all about having everything. It was, that Pokemon didn't make sense until you were living. We were living Pokemons. We got to catch it all. We got to have it all. If you had a Game Boy, I'm looking at your Game Boy and I have Sega Game Gear. I'm like, yo, here, swap. Let's play. Let's switch. Oh, that's dope. It really wasn't hating on that level. When that stuff happened, that was when, Nintendo, what Genesis does and all that other stuff. Yeah, it was fun, but it was friendly combativeness because we all wanted it. We all wanted to have everything. This day and age where you isolate yourself off and you're saying, no, I don't want that product, or I'm going to boycott that product just because I'm standing on this side, that's ignorance to the highest extent as far as a gamer when it comes from me, because I want to game on everything. Yeah, I got a preference. You see the shirt. You see what the jacket says. Yes, I have a preference, but at the end of the day, I own everything. And I don't understand where you goofies get off with saying that you could have access to everything, but you won't have access to it because it's not on your platform, and you will just wait for it to show up on your platform. I don't have patience for that. I could die tomorrow and did not have access to that today. So I'm worried about today, not tomorrow, bro.
Facts. That was the ultimate alley-oop situation just now. So
I kind of like how we're playing this game. I kind of like how we're doing this.
Yeah, that was fire. Yo, Addict, bring us to the next joint. Son, we lit. Son, we rock.
No. We didn't get the chance to hear Gaming Forte from the aspect of being in the store and living that life as the retail. And we didn't get a chance to talk to Mav. We're having all the shows that he has with all the people talking about his stuff. So let's go to Gaming Forte. Forte, please tell me from the front line, do people really care as much as we care?
Here, let me get this 50 real quick. C-Dub with the $50 super chat. Agree with Hip Hop Gamer. I got all of it because I'm a gamer. My preference is PS5, but I have a 490, Xbox X, PS5, PS5 Pro, Switch OLED, 480 PC, ROG Ally, etc. Been gaming since the late 80s. Console war is just fun in games.
Yo, I could tell because you done dropped like $200 so far, so I do appreciate the fact of where you gaming at. Thank you so much.
Shout out to C-Dub, man. But yeah, everything that he said, perfect, bro. You know what I'm saying? I rock with everything, B. I want it all, kid. Facts. But but go ahead, dog. I know Forte or Mav is gonna go next.
Yeah. So the honest answer to that is people think that the 80 to 90% really care about stuff like this is where only the 10% actually do. Like the people like us are the ones that like, really, really dive deep into that conversation about, exclusivity, what looks good to the brand, how the brand goes out and market it and stuff. And, a lot of those people are the ones that are kind of like, in disbelief by a lot of this. But being a person that's in the store, like literally the other day, I sold a bunch of Xboxes and not one person said anything about, being able to play their games anywhere else. They're just gamers. They just come into the store, buy their games, go home, come back and buy more games. And that's kind of that's kind of how it's always been. It's just that, in the social media age, it's like more people and more opinions out there that kind of skew the conversation that everybody's kind of had, because you got one person taking something that somebody else says and it's like a domino effect. But for myself, just like everybody here, like I have my Xbox, I have my PS5, I have a 4090. Just like you said, hip hop, I remember growing up in the neighborhood with like 20, 30 different kids. I had an NES, my boy had a Genesis, my boy around the corner had a Neo Geo. I couldn't afford them all. I had the ones that I could get, but then I always had an avenue to go play those things or trade games with people or say, hey, let me get your Sega for a day. You take my NES and you can go play Castlevania while I play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something like that. It's just a whole bunch of different ways to play games. And, I think it's always going to be a tribal thing when it comes to like what people love and what people want to support. But in the end, it's all about just playing the games and stuff. So, PhilSpencer coming out saying the things that he said, I've been saying ever since the business update, when they were out telling people about 4 games and we're only going to talk about these 4 games. And when they asked them questions about is Starfield going to be one of those games that's going to go? And I was like, and when he said, oh, we're just talking about these 4 games, I told people then, I was like, listen, Xbox is making moves that y'all just don't want to accept yet. At some point, all of this stuff is going to go. Now, of course, we have our games that you were saying we want, like you said, no red lines. There probably were red lines at one point, but and we were talking about this on DPS the other day. I think it was like an internal struggle for probably a little bit, because people at Xbox, they know what exclusivity mean. They know how the overall community feels and stuff about that. But I feel like at the end, Microsoft put down that money. And I told people when they got a chance to see what one IP and one publisher can do for them over the course of a holiday, which was last year, when they finally got a chance to see what Activision could bring to the table.
Yep.
They were like, wait a minute, hold up. Like, you got to remember, Xbox before Activision, when they did their financial briefings and stuff, Xbox was deep inside of different divisions that they were talking about inside of the cloud division.
Trying to hide it.
But as soon as they got Activision and they came out, what did they first do? They came out and talked about the Xbox division, and Activision raised that thing up to like plus 53%.
Yep.
And they actually gave you real numbers that what the gaming division did. So that was like the turning point right there. Like, people were clamoring for, oh, we're going to get Call of Duty. We're going to get Call of Duty. I was like, that's great. But I'm telling you, the heads at Microsoft, the bean counters, Amy, when they're looking at that, they're like, wait a minute, why are we keeping all the rest of this stuff to ourselves?
And not to cut you off, Forte.
No, go ahead.
They slid the Surface debacle in with Xbox hardware that actually made the Xbox hardware look lower, because they're like, listen, we can talk about this being here. They threw the Surface numbers in there because Xbox was really like 30-something%. Surface was another 12%. They threw it in there, raised the Xbox numbers higher, but they were okay with that because they understood exactly where the loss was. I try to tell people, when you see these earning calls and you see exactly where numbers are, they hide stuff in between there. And if you're not savvy enough, or if you're not a part of the conversation, you really don't know. And they're doing exactly what they set out to do. Fool the people that are ignorant to what's on the paper. But those people that do know do ask the questions later on how they can raise those tides. But again, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, you're good. But yeah, so it's all going to be interesting. I feel like Xbox has been trying to fight a fight with Microsoft for a couple of months now, but this basically tells you, like, it was all. I think this is the thing. People are finally hearing exactly what the message truly is from Microsoft. PhilSpencer, like, everything up to this point was like kind of like ambiguous. If you read between the lines, you knew what was happening.
Right.
They were kind of taking you in that direction. This was just them telling you this is what it is. And as soon as I heard this, I was like, oh, this means Microsoft won. Xbox itself basically said, there's nothing we can do to stop the direction that Microsoft wants to take this company, because Microsoft is the one that put up $69 billion and saw what that revenue could look like with it being in other places. So now he has to come out and basically tell people like, hey, this is our direction. And as soon as I saw the no red lines, as soon as I saw all these different interviews, I was like, wait a minute, this sounds like they're about to do some type of marketing push. And literally the next day, that's when This is an Xbox came out. And I was like, all this makes sense at this point now.
Let me read this super chat real quick. All right, so hold on, let me put my glasses on because me trying to read that with these shades on, you're killing me.
You want me to just have text to speech read it?
Nah, go ahead. Nah, $49 with C-Dub. Yeah, shut up, hip hop. King, I hit you on Twitter to get you in the Mooch podcast. Can you tell the reason why you didn't want to get on? You have the reasons, but you don't seem like the man that don't speak your mind on any platform. Respect to your answer on Twitter, but come on, my G. All right, I understand what you're talking about. You see the people that are here right now on this podcast? These people are people that I respect, right? There are some people, and the reason why I respect them is because even if our opinions don't align with each other, there's no disrespect. Also, even if our opinions don't align with each other, they're true to what they're saying when they're talking to individuals. When they're talking to the populace, what they're coming across, what they're saying is truthful. Certain people on that podcast, I don't respect them because they are not truthful to you. Okay? If you're inciting violence on certain things, but you partake in everything, be full disclosure. I honestly tell you every day I rep Xbox to the death of me. But you will also catch me on my Twitch with my PlayStation headset, my PlayStation controller, and my PlayStation. You will see me buying day one telling you I'm going to play. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Why? Because I don't want to mislead you into believing that there's something that it's not, right? I believe that there's certain individuals that are damn liars, and they're doing things just to get $1. I don't do anything on my platform just for $1 because I believe integrity matters more than anything. And if I don't respect you, I'm going to be disrespectful. So in order to save anybody from that level of disrespect, because if y'all didn't notice, a certain individual added me into a tweet, and my level of visceral has never been that high with anyone. I want you to go back to that tweet. I want you to go back to y'all see me here as a very gentle guy at points. If you ever seen anything, if y'all think that I'm ever disrespectful or rude at any point right here, that's because it's at a level. I can actually ratchet it up to a higher level, which is not necessary. I don't think anyone needs to see that level of me on any type of format ever. And I believe I won't be able to control that aspect of me because at the end of the day, I'm a predator. So what I will see, if I see that weakness, that lying and stuff like that, I will lash out at it. And I don't believe that anybody deserves that. And no one deserves to have me act outside of my character. None of them deserve that. So yeah, I would be on the platform. But once I saw the docket on who was on the docket, FTW with that docket. I don't care about it. I don't need to be on everybody's platform. But if you also notice, my platform was a call-in show. I did not see anyone advocating to have those individuals on my show. You understand? That lets you know exactly what that is. So I'm not going to go on to anybody else's show that didn't patron my show when it was available for them if they did have these conversations. And I do understand people talk crap in the background. I can attack you I just don't need to because you're beneath me and I don't need to have those conversations with you. That's why I didn't show up. I do appreciate you saying that, but this is your answer. And the reason why I gave you a long form answer, because you paid $50, bro. So I'm going to give you the answer that you wanted.
Ooh.
Okay.
Mav, what you got, man? You got all the different. You got the fun speculation crew and all the people over there that support you, man. Tell me what you think about the whole situation that's been going on with PhilSpencer and his comments this week, bro.
I mean, honestly, sometimes I feel like an outcast with all this stuff that's been going on, like on Twitter and all this chaoticness and people in the chats and stuff saying like, "Hey, I'm abandoning Xbox. I ain't want to do anything to do with it anymore. I'm moving on. I'm just gonna get this next generation. Xbox is gonna be out of business. All this stuff." How many times do we got to hear this stuff, man? Like they've grown so much in this generation, and according to when Phil took over last gen, like put into perspective how much they actually have at their disposal that they're giving us as gamers. When I saw the Play Everywhere ad, that's stuff I already use.
Yep.
I'm actually using it at night. We're watching movies and TV shows, whatever. I put up my Samsung OLED tablet on a pillow in front of me, and I get my Xbox controller, and I'm sitting there. I'm either playing on Game Pass or I'm using console streaming, and I'm playing games while we're watching stuff. Right? I got a PC that I bought for Starfield, and I'm gaming there too. Something like Metaphor Refantasio that had dual entitlement, right? I get to pick up my progress here, pick up my progress on the console, flip-flop depending on where I feel like playing at the time. For me, this is added benefits as somebody that's part of the ecosystem. I don't look at it as something that's being taken away from me. And as somebody that's a consumer that's focused on my own experience, why would I care that somebody gets to play something on their phone or on their computer or somewhere else when it's something that you're actually paying for? This is added benefits for you as a consumer. This is stuff what we already been using. This is stuff that I've been hearing people on podcasts for years now argue against people when they're trying to explain the Xbox ecosystem that it's more than a box. People have been trying to explain this when console sales get brought up all the time and everything, and everybody's saying, yeah, but Xbox is more than just the console. They're putting their games in all these other places. They're doing all these different things. I've been hearing that argument for years from some of these same podcasts and some of these same people that are now saying, this is too much. I can't do this anymore. No, I'm done. And it just doesn't make sense to me. And the only reason I can think that this is happening is it's about feelings and it's about pride. It's about feelings and it's about pride. It's not about the games for these people. And it really exposed to me that it was never about the games for them, because why would you sit there and crap talk another platform and crap talk all of their games and say how they do it worse, the consumer experience is worse over there, all these other kind of things. But the second that one of them gets to play some of our games, you're saying, okay, well, I'm going to go play the games that I've said suck ass for years. I'm going to go buy the system that I've said suck ass for years and go pay more for the games that I already had access to day and date in a service like Game Pass on an ecosystem that gives me all these extra benefits and features. Why would I punish myself for feelings of pride? They're the ones that are giving all this stuff to us. And that's at the end of the day, in a world in the future where there is potentially no more exclusivity. What judges the value that you're getting as a customer? It's the ecosystem and the experience of the value that the company has given to you with the services and the content.
Yep.
And if I look into the future going forward, I see nothing stronger than Xbox. They literally went out and got Activision Blizzard. They got ZeniMax Bethesda. They got all these other first-party publishers and developers that they've been working with. They have a roadmap of games for years to come, and I know I'm set. If I'm set here and I got my Xbox, I got my PC, I can play on my tablet, whatever, I'm set. I'm good. My experience doesn't change. Why would I go punish myself because they're trying to give a game access to somebody else? At the end of the day, I can make more arguments why it's actually potentially better for us as consumers, because those games actually have a chance to be healthier. Those games actually have a chance to be stronger. And for everybody that thinks they're just going to get out of the console market because they might lose a little bit more in console sales, think about this. Follow the money. Follow the money. Who spends the most money in the Xbox ecosystem? It's the console gamer. Who is the number one subscriber to Game Pass Ultimate? It's the console gamer. That makes them what? We did the math, like $3 to $4 billion in revenue per year. You think they're all of a sudden not going to make another next generation console and just say, hey guys, you're going to have to go buy something else and drop your Game Pass Ultimate subscription? That doesn't make any sense, because there's a lot of us that are always going to want to play on Xbox as long as on consoles, as long as they exist, because there's just people that like to play on their couch that don't want to play on the cloud or whatever. They want to buy a box and do it that way. And so they're going to cater to the people that spend the most money. So it's always going to be a part. Is it less than a part of an ecosystem where it's only about that? Sure, because they're doing a lot of things, right? They're doing a lot of different things. But ultimately, if you focus on your experience and what you're doing and what you're playing and the games that are coming, it's never been better for me.
You know what I noticed, Mav? Everybody keeps talking about this red line, but nobody's talking about the most pungent words that he used. We're still going to acquire people. We're looking for large, medium, and small. He said that they're looking for mobile, they're looking for developers, and they're looking for publishers. So that means everybody's a potential target. I honestly go back to when the FTC findings came out and all those individuals that they targeted on those lists. ABK, they knocked that out of the park. And once they pulled that over to the side, now you're looking at the full slate of what's out there. I see companies that are hurting. One company that they targeted the most was Square. They had the portfolio up on top of the table. I do believe that some of the angst that you do hear with people talking about, oh, Xbox is going to go full third party. Listen, bro, they're all third party. And at the end of the day, they full-fledged third party. Some people have a different pipeline to deliver these games to other platforms. But if you thought those 4 titles going over to PlayStation was going to be the end, that's insane. You have opened up a new revenue stream. I don't know anybody that's in this room that has opened up a new revenue stream, no matter how hard that was to get that up and going. Now you get that money coming in. Now you want to know how to expand that pipeline to get more money back. You tell the truth and shame the devil. No one here is going to deny bread. Just like Mav said, they're not going to cut off hardware. Do you understand? That's an automatic win. Like, they're going to drop hardware. He said he's not selling you $1,000 hardware. All right. He knows where their limit is. Their limit is $500, $600. That's their limit. That's where they're going to game at. That's where you can look at what you can extrapolate from what the power narrative is going to be with that console. And if you want to go higher, you could go spend $5,000 for a PC. If you want to go lower, you can go get a G Cloud or whatever you want to go do. But it's a screen everywhere. They just showed you the levels of options, and they're going to still acquire. So if you do have a favorite company and those games aren't on Xbox right now, you should be championing that, because that will facilitate those games being there. And that won't exclude PlayStation. Oh, no. They still got Call of Duty. They still got Diablo. They're still getting Doom. They're still getting everything. But as the Game Pass Xbox sub, and I told you before, I'm a platform warrior. I have ascended. I have went straight to Game Pass because I saw it from the beginning. That was the play. The play ain't a console if it ain't selling. But you know it's moving. That platform. And when I'm able to play that platform on anything, I've been dying for this my whole life. Are you nuts? This is it. I go into somebody's house. I take my Game Pass up. I log into Game Pass on their TV. I put in my credentials with my controller at their house, right? I don't have to go anything with just a controller. And I'm playing my whole library from where I'm at. That's a win in my book. But Addict, you had nothing to say so far. Let's get your thoughts on it so we can move on to the next topic, because we're beating this like a dead pony. Let's go.
Here's my thing. Only thing I care about is the hardware. As long as they honor maintaining the hardware, I really don't care where they put their stuff. I've never cared. Here's the thing. We've never been in a scenario where like exclusives aren't the fort driver of like a console. When I go up and I talk to gamers, untalked to, don't really tell them why I'm asking. I say, what brought you to a console? I can almost guarantee you they're going to say an exclusive to a degree. Go next time you have a June showcase, hip hop, I want you to go up and do a video and ask 100 people in line what brought them to a console. I'm curious how many people don't say an exclusive. Exclusives drive stuff. They do. And, I've always said that marketing drives stuff more, but exclusives give a console an identity.
Right.
And I've always felt like at the beginning, that's when exclusives really drive the factor. You know, Peter Moore said the first one to 10 million usually wins the generation every time. Why? Word of mouth. What's popular at that point? When 3 out of all your 7 out of all 10 of your friends have a PlayStation or an Xbox, where you tend to go.
So, and then that's counter to what you just said, because honestly, I believe friends and your ecosystem, those people around you, drive your purchasing power, regardless of what.
But my point is when there's an iconic brand such as like Halo or such as like a God of War, and everyone's buying these ecosystems because of these few games, and then they're like, yo, you know, what you get is, man, I had to jump on the Halo back in the Halo 360 days. Everyone got an Xbox because of it. You know, I'm not saying and I've always said Call of Duty's probably sold more consoles than any exclusive, maybe them all combined.
True.
But at the beginning of the generation, when I'm talking to my friends, 9 times out of 10, it's like, what's the launch titles? Oh, they got this over there, they got that over there. I bought a 360 for Fable 2. I bought an Xbox One for Dead Rising 3. Didn't mean I didn't eventually go out there and get the other platform, but it meant at day one, I chose one over the other because of a specific game.
I do believe in what you're saying, and I'm only going to give pushback because I think the synergy is a trifecta of one thing. I think it's price, right? I think it's launch titles, and I think it's friends. I think in those 3 things decide your purchasing power, because if you look at the Xbox One, I believe they had the better lineup, right? But the price was out of whack. And once that price went out of whack, a lot of the PlayStation dudes said, well, I do like this and this, and they got the cheaper machine. And then Digital Foundry pushed the resolution gate. That tipped a lot of people over there. So now your friends is over there, price is right, and then you might have some games.
The biggest thing I blame to what happened in the Xbox One generation was that bad publicity. I have friends that don't even keep off Xbox that was like, what do you mean just imagine how many conspiracy theories is out there. You literally handed them all a PlayStation because they're like, oh, I'm not buying anything that could spy through that camera. Like,
that part.
Like, especially Americans. Well, the government is watching us, but especially Americans. We ain't giving them no tool to watch us.
Yo, hip hop. They like, they have their phone in their hand.
Yeah.
They're like, yo, I don't want nothing with a camera that could actually talk about what, and they recording you the whole time.
Facts. That whole Connect situation wasn't moving right there. Yeah. They messed up with that.
And now they need a camera on their console in order to stream, in order to record, in order to do everything. And they the first people on Twitch or on something else. But Addict, is that your bar so we can read the super chat, or do you want more?
When it comes down to it, it's like my biggest thing is just the console. As long as you maintain the hardware. But the biggest thing that makes me just very nervous about something like that, I got a lot of money invested into this. I do.
It ain't going no place.
But it's not the fact. It could even be an illusion, but it's still there to me. It's like you needed to tell me, we're in a very high, what's what I'm looking for, volatile market where these corporations will do just about anything it takes to make that to make that marker. And to me, it's like right now we might say, oh, they're saying they're investing into next gen. Well, these are also the same company that said we're buying Bethesda for exclusives. We're buying Bethesda. Games will be everywhere Game Pass is. There's only 4 games going. Now, were these specifically lying? Because I don't think PhilSpencer ever lied in these. This is at the time. That's where the company was going.
Well,
at the time, let me finish real quick. At the time, during these specific moments where Phil was talking, that is what was going on. But to me, Microsoft's changing routes every 6 months, it feels like. Every 6 months, okay, let's go down this left road now. But we said we was going straight for 2 miles. Nah, we ain't doing that no more. Go hip hop.
So now what I was going to say is you got to read between the lines and everything that's scripted and structured whenever they do these meetings, right? So one thing I would tell you, but shout out to my homegirl Tina, when Tina did the interview with PhilSpencer, Matt Booty, and Sarah, and she asked about the games that's coming to PlayStation, and PhilSpencer just said 4, and then he said they're not Starfield and they're not Indiana Jones. Now, if you in a real, organic, genuine interview setting, then the person was supposed to follow up and say, are you, just to reiterate, are you saying that Starfield and Indiana Jones will never come to PlayStation? So we could be clear on that, and that Xbox console users could feel confident in their system only having this? Or are you just saying for now they're not there?
Yeah, and there's a reason that they chose to do that on their platforms, so they can control the messaging.
Exactly. So what I'm trying to tell you is, anytime you see, listen, and I do this in business all day, always look for what you don't see, and always listen for what you don't hear. Because we grown, we ain't stupid, and these big business is big money. We know how to make something definitive when we speak. Anytime someone speaks in powerful positions and it's not clear for a reason. It's purposely done. It's designed to train you to get used to something that's coming, so when it hit, it doesn't feel as hard. For example, notice how the energy in the community right now was like, oh, this ain't never happening, this ain't never happening. And then it's like, oh, well, you know, this is the business model, they're slowly changing. No, they're not slowly changing. Everything been done. They're slowly changing you by giving you crumbs of information, so by the time it hit hard, it don't feel as bad. That's what's actually happening. It's business practice. It's business 101 when you're trying to make a shift. That's all it is. Because think about it. If you remember when Microsoft made the announcement and it was from 0 to 100 when they talked about the increase in price on Game Pass, the moment they did it, it was so catastrophic with the way the community responded that they had to double back on it, because it was too much, too fast, and nobody didn't like it. But when you gradually start doing things, sprinkling this here and there, and then when it happens, now it could be more acceptable.
Well,
so that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's how business works when you're trying to make dramatic shifts, because you got to understand. Remember back in the 360 days, and I'll tell you two things, I'll let you go. In the 360 days, a lot of people started labeling Xbox as the first-person shooter console.
Yeah.
So what happened is, even with the controller, like everything was a first-person shooter console. So every time other games, whether it was stuff like Blue Dragon or when they tried to, you know,
it don't sell.
None of this stuff sells because it's looked at as this, because you train them to see that. Now, Call of Duty, Black Ops on Game Pass, I love it. You know what I'm saying? As a consumer, I love it. But what happens though? You're training your audience not to buy games. You know what I'm saying? So, but you have other consoles where people still buy games over here. So let's throw that on PlayStation and make that money. Let's throw that on Nintendo and make that money, because they still train to buy games from a traditional.
Yeah, and I'm willing to bet you there's some publishers, hip hop, that port games to Xbox with the anticipation that in the future they might be able to grab a Game Pass back.
Wait, say the last part again. Grab a what?
I said they might be able to grab a Game Pass back. There's anticipation that it's like, look, we'll be on the platform, and then sooner or later they'll come knocking. They'll want us to put the Dragon Quest on Game Pass or the Final Fantasy on Game Pass, and we making that money on the back end or the middle end.
Yeah, that's the bargain bin move. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with that, because it gives longevity and discoverability. That's why PlayStation could put out a game 6 months or a year or a year and a half later on PC, and they would remarket it like it's something new because it's new to that audience, and still double down. And it works most of the time, not all the time. So the point, but overall, the point I'm trying to make is going back to what PhilSpencer said as a whole, as a conglomerate. Don't get twisted with the person who's the face versus the person who's in control. I'm going to say it again. Do not get it twisted with the person who is the face versus who is in control. And when you watch who's in control, when you look at, you know, the Tim Stewarts and the Satya Nadellas and all that, when you look at who's in control versus who the face is, know how this operates. So when you hear something, you know what it is, even if they didn't specifically say that. Now, one thing that I do, especially in the videos that I've been dropping lately, I would never reveal like the sources, obviously, out of respect, but I've been peeling layers a little bit more. So just know every time I say something, I'm going to give you a little insight on where these things come from or what locations I was at when it was revealed. Remember, I was just at the United Nations, you know what I'm saying? Gaming, doing some major stuff, dog. There's stuff coming that y'all don't even know yet, like crazy stuff. So I'm going to just say this. I'm going to give y'all 3 joints right now. The Game Awards, GDC, and CES. There's going to be some things said that you're going to want to pay attention to because it deals with the next systems that's coming in terms of PlayStation 6 and stuff like that.
Hashtag on PlayStation 6.
It is all right. Don't listen to King. Like, that's why King is 98% right, because he can't keep it 100. So
no, listen.
Leave it like that. We gonna leave it like that.
We love that.
Yo,
In 2030,
we gonna leave it like that. We gonna leave it like that.
Listen. 2030 is a far place, far away.
Okay.
Oh man,
You gotta get there.
So my thing is, so the next thing I'm gonna say, like I said, GDC, CES. Now I'm gonna tell you what I mean. I can't say everything, but I'm gonna tell you one thing of what I mean when it comes to the Game Awards, CES, and GDC. The next wave of hardware is gonna be very different from what a lot of people think. So on the Xbox side, when they talk about handhelds and stuff like that, there's some things that they're doing from a handheld standpoint that's going to make even the ROG Ally and the Legion like, yo, hold up. Like, yo, that's we got to adapt to that. That's 1. 2, Xbox is the new Windows, but for gaming. So the Xbox app, like Game Pass, like the operating system within that.
The UI is crazy.
Yo, that I can confirm it. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
The same way you see Microsoft Windows everywhere, Xbox Game Pass and their UI and the way they make console-like experiences on PC hardware a lot more easier and simple to navigate.
Yeah.
That right there is going to be one of the biggest marketing bread and butter moves that Xbox make. That's going to allow them to have a dominant presence everywhere, because now it's no longer about like console versus console. Like, it's no longer about that. It's going to be more about content, services, barrier entry, and ease of use. Those 4 qualities that I just said is on documents right now. And that's all I can say from there. But those 4 things I just said, go back and watch this video, is on documentation right now. And you'll see that in patents too. All this stuff is coming soon. Get ready.
All right, let me read these super chats.
I'm almost done. It comes down to it's like, look, as long as they continue to focus on hardware, I'm cool with it. But, you know, it's like I said, when it comes to corporate, I get nervous because I know corporate, it's all about the dollar bill. It's all about the quarterly pushing they always be trying to do, and I'm just worried, you know, where one loses the other. That's my only thing. So where you want to start on super chat?
All right, so C-Dub 813 with the $20 super chat. Honestly, don't know the background. I'm just on Twitter when I'm on the ITTR. Respect, you have your reasons. Boonty, it skipped me crazy.
Hey, let me get them because I already had them all up. We got BT Maverick with the $5 super chat.
Well, Boonty was next.
Okay, let me just read it then. Is PlayStation's Horizon series the Avatar video games?
Oh, I did that one already.
$5 super chat, $10 super chat from Alex. Okay, here's 10. You should join Blue Skies. We did that one. $5 super chat from Matt King. I'm on my 2nd month of reward points for Game Pass.
Got that.
$6.99. I know Phil said no red line, but it would behold Xbox to keep a couple core franchise exclusive. Netflix isn't putting Stranger Things on Prime.
Well, I honestly believe that part right there, what you're saying. And that's why I tell you, when everybody's yelling out, you know, like screaming, everything is going, it's only 4 games over there, bro. Well, honestly, 4 games exclusively from what y'all thought process is. It's way more than that that's over there.
So we got, and keep in mind, Microsoft is one of the only publishers that got so many games. Things can slip and they can get some core games for their stuff only.
To that point, too, real quick, like if y'all look at the Circana reports every week about like actual player data and time spent played, like 3 first-party Microsoft games are always in the top 15 played on PlayStation.
Yep.
Right. More so than like PlayStation doesn't. This past week didn't have any of their own first-party games over there. Right. And the week before that, they had MLB The Show, but that was it. Not even Helldivers 2, which is killing it on PC, is showing up on the top 15. Overwatch 2 got played more than Destiny 2 and got played more than Helldivers 2 on PlayStation in the US.
And
that's just crazy. We
got the C-Dub. King, you should challenge Jake Paul. I'm pretty sure you read that one.
Yep.
We got $2 super chat from C-Dub. 2 hip hop gamer, not that belly movie background.
No, he said he got that belly movie background. That's what's up. Michael Mooney with the £5 super chat. Don't be shocked if Microsoft, Valve, AMD, and Sony are on the roundtable talk about joint hardware for next. No, that's not gonna happen. C-Dub, I agree with hip hop gamer with the $50 super chat. I agree with hip hop gamer. I got all of it because I'm a gamer. My preferences. Okay, we read this one. Console War in 80s.
Bunty.
Yeah, we got the Bounty. Bounty with the $2 super chat. That's why I respect you, King. Bow, bow, bow. Hard Geek Shiny with the $20 super chat. Replace Xbox with PS in the ad, and it still works. PS does the exact same thing. Should we be worried about PS because you can access PS via the PC or the cloud? Phil confirmed handheld next-gen console and acquisitions. This is true. What is it?
Got a member
Parfait.
chat.
Yeah,
from Parfait. The interview made me understand that Halo and everything is coming to PlayStation. Microsoft's priority is PC and cloud, and not the Xbox consoles. Okay. I hope that's not the case, but let's keep going.
No. Because it's this level of misinformation and the ability not to be able to read and comprehend. Those skills are very key in life. And you not being able to comprehend, then not one time did they say everything is going to PlayStation. Stop making everything about PlayStation. What they did tell you is everything is a screen. They told you that there is no red lines. They told you that everything has the ability to go everywhere, but they gave you absolutely no reasons to say this and this is going. So until those things are announced, you don't jump out a moving car before you exit. You wait till your exit before you jump out, because you're jumping out the window and you're looking insane. I'm trying to help you here so you don't spew out craziness. What you do is you wait till it happens before you react. You don't do this but ahead of time. You're not going to stop anything.
And notice in that ad, they had all kinds of other people's products, but there was no PlayStation in sight in that ad. Like, they
can't put a PlayStation and they can't put a Switch, but those games, they do have games on those devices.
M Mac with the $2 super chat. Addict, evolved, or die.
No, it was Michael Perry with the $2 super chat. Series X is an Xbox, not a phone or laptops, etc.
Okay, then that was the one I read. Then Project Aries with the $5 super chat. Xbox won the console war. You count phones, tablets, PC, TVs, and handhelds. We plus 800 million up.
On God in them.
Oh my gosh!
None of this.
All right, so
none of this is really going to matter, because next year when Grand Theft Auto comes out, both Xbox and PlayStation will sell more consoles in 1 year than they sold this whole generation.
All right, so what we're gonna do is Cog has some bars for you guys. We're gonna pop over him, let him
birthday boy
educate you guys, and we'll be back. We'll be back after these short words.
All right, and we are not live. Birthday boy here, Lord Cognito again. Another trip around the sun, so we got to sip right quick. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. I appreciate my brothers holding me down. You know what I'm saying? The birthday week and in recovery mode, but having a lot of fun. But get a chance to see friends, family, and just kind of, excuse me, take this time to reflect and just, really appreciate. You know what I'm saying? Just another year older, wiser, and all that. But we got to get into these topics, man. We got to get into these topics, round. We got Phil out here making the rounds. Oh, man. Where do we start with this? This is an Xbox. this is an Xbox. That's an Xbox. Like, I don't even know what's going on. But let's get to it. So obviously there was a bunch of interviews. I think he did the Bloomberg one, and he did the Rolling Stone one interview. We even did an interview with what you call Stephen Totelo from GameFile. So let's start with the first one. So the one that kind of set it off was the Bloomberg one. We talk about, obviously acquisitions, that they are not necessarily done. My thought process on that is probably nothing of the big scale. I know King probably wanted to take two, Addict may want to Square Enix. My guess is probably just something of need that may help with the line of business. I had discussion with Maddie before. Like, for example, I remember when PlayStation acquired Nixus and King was like, all right, getting popping bottles. But it made sense because they were going to, pursue into the PC ports and things of that nature. So I think the next move they make will probably either be smaller or something that makes sense with the distribution of this model that they're trying to go with. Xboxes everywhere kind of energy. So that's the first thing. He mentioned the handheld. He mentioned few years away, right? So I know that's a bit of controversy for a lot of my handheld bros. We want that thing quick. I'm not going to rule that out. I think that's Phil being a little corporate speak there. When you say few can mean 5, few years can mean 2. So to me, I'm still not ruling out, an announcement of like maybe at the end of 2025, you announce that it's coming and you give like a visual concept, and you give one of those like, those trailers that they used to do with the Scorpio. It's a monster, you know what I'm saying? And you show a chipset and all that. You give a base design and you can still come out in 2026, you know what I mean? Kind of thing. The issue is going to be whether the handheld is ready before their next generation console, in the form of like maybe like a Series S equivalent that's powerful, that can do everything, that has a full Xbox UI, not a PC UI. I love my ROG Ally, but nobody wants to see Windows. That's back end stuff, and just have that fidelity there with their vision of play anywhere and Game Pass native and all that stuff, and maybe multiple storefronts. So that's what I envision. I still not ruling out the handheld. I thought the $1,000 consoles line was one that people may went under the radar. Like, obviously, we do feel it's a shot now at the PlayStation 5 Pro, which I don't mind, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, look, we PS5 Pro, no disrespect, you know what I'm saying? It's an enthusiast machine, it's hardcore, $700 or whatever it is, not looking for like that mass, kind of production and adoption rate, so to speak. So when I hear him say that to me says, okay, we're going to price ourselves competitively within the market. We may subsidize some costs, you know what I mean? And we may, I'm just looking at it from a standpoint that obviously in the political climate right now, people are worried about tariffs. And, generally when that type of stuff happens, the consumer has to eat the cost. So I look at it like that's Microsoft still showing value in the fact that they need a competitively priced hardware, to compete. And now hopefully that applies to the mobile. Obviously if you come out here with an $800 handheld, it's kind of tough adoption rate, even with, Steam Deck and stuff like that. And then with console, if you're getting that 500 sweet spot, and we even seen this, with Meta and the Quest and stuff, you see they've had to come down, when they went from the Meta Quest Pro to whatever to $1,000, $1,500, and then they had to get back in line with what actually is in the S right now as well. So that's what I'm thinking. Now, the other thing he mentioned, he talked about that. We talked about the exclusives. Let's just get to it. Yeah, the exclusive. So, all right. We should not be surprised. Like we did know that after 4 games, this was no experiment, right? We are realm. We should be aware that this was something they were doing. And all I always said, right? Regardless to whatever the plan is with putting exclusives on other places and things of that nature, my issue has always been the base deserves to know what the long-term vision is. You can't say, oh, we're just experimenting. And now you create a scenario where every game release, everybody's like, is this going? Is that going to PlayStation? Is this going to the you see what I'm saying? It creates this crazy chaos, and that takes away from the actual quality of releasing the game. And we saw what happened with Indiana Jones, which I felt was handled poorly. Let's just say that, right? So I like this. Look, it's in the street now. Anything is, there's no red line, nothing is sacred, anything can go. Now, I will push back on Phil Dominus, Maximus Spencer, in the sense of, look, that's cool. I like the transparency, but I will push back on. I always going to fight for what I consider is your soul. And we know the burger, fries, and shake. Halo, Gears, Forza. That's your soul. Halo, obviously my birthday is November 15th. Halo's birthday is November 15th. Xbox's birthday. People make that synonymous with your console. I understand the business aspect. I understand, you're trying to get more active users and making the most money. So that soul part probably conflicts with the money part. And I get that. I'm not stupid. I'm not unrealistic. And I understand stakeholders want money. All I'm saying is you got ABK. You got Call of Duty. You got Activision that has literally been synonymous with being third party before you acquired them. You got Bethesda was synonymous with being third party before you acquired them. Nobody really has a problem with the games going anywhere because at the same time, Game Pass is the exclusive. And I get that. The issue comes down to brand identity and who are you. At some point, you have to make your ecosystem somewhat attractive, right? You have to make it somewhat desirable to be in it. And that's the only reason why I will always fight for what I consider the core pillars of Xbox. Halo, Gears, Forza, everything else, we get it. You see what Sea of Thieves is doing out there. A lot of the games that, have gone on, we saw, obviously the Call of Duty strategy seems to be working so far. The active users are out of control. So yeah, that's that. And then, all right, the marketing campaign, this is an Xbox, the Xbox look. Xbox, I love y'all, but it's what I feel like. The marketing itself is not. I understand what your vision is, right? We understand you want to be everywhere. We get that, but it's just the way you execute it. It seemed cringy a little bit to me. I'm an old head, and I hear the choice is yours. You could get with this, and you could get with that, and I'm like, that's old school. Like y'all need some young blood in there. Like y'all need to, if y'all gonna do something like that, get a little younger demographic. I feel like y'all speaking to me a little bit too much. I guess because we got our generation, the Gen X's or whatever. We got the most brain or whatever. But it's like the end of the day, it's like I feel it was a little cringy. I'm just gonna be honest. It just you could get with this, you could get with that. I understand. Like to me, the approach should have been this: wherever you at, what I'm saying, we'll go to y'all. You know what I'm saying? So you're always part of the, Xbox ecosystem. Because now you're just looking at inanimate objects and people clouding you. This is an Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's an Xbox. Like, it just seemed weird. It makes it seems like, again, even though that's not your intention, it makes it seem that it's going to create fear that you are completely abandoning hardware. Like my boy Attic, he like, he knows that y'all making consoles in the future because clearly Phil had to come out. This is how I knew the marketing didn't work. The fact that Phil had to go on the Rolling Stone interview and explain to people like, we are still making hardware shows you that it didn't land exactly the way you wanted it to. Again, was it the worst thing? No, but the reason why you're going to get pushback from me as far as I just feel it's a little too early. And the reason why I feel it's too early is because if Xbox is on cloud and Xbox is on phone, your mobile store is not ready yet, right? Cloud is just coming out of beta, right? There's so many things, even PC, I have my issues with the Xbox Apple PC and having, timely updates and things that, when I have the Steam version of Still Wakes the Deep versus when I have the Game Pass Windows 11 version of it, there's things that I still have bugs and issues. There's no patching, there's no thing. So it goes to show you there's still, this vision sounds great in place, but it hasn't been fully realized yet for you to execute. To me, this strategy comes out when the mobile store is ready, when you have Xbox Play Anywhere working on everything that's non-Game Pass, when you got the handheld ready. To me, you like a year or two a little too early. So that's it. Look, do I feel Microsoft was always clairvoyant? Do I feel ultimately they're going to be right though? Yes. I'm starting to come around because at the end of the day, we can say what we want about games going everywhere. People are going to play on the platform they want to play. And I think that right now what we're seeing is, look at examples of Sony. Look at Death Stranding, right? You look at Kojima wanting this thing to go everywhere on PC. You got the Nintendo Switch money. The days of money hatting the exclusive, like PlayStation's tactic used to work. It doesn't have that allure anymore. You see Square Enix like, these games got to be everywhere. You see Sega, these games got to be everywhere. You saw that recent company, what was it, Pearl Abyss or whatever, saying like, Sony offered us a bag, but that PC, you see what I'm saying? And that Xbox, like we're in the age of active users. You look at what Call of Duty is doing, the most active users going crazy. So I think their strategy is right. It reminds me of Xbox going to PC 2.0. It's just that they're very aggressive with slapping you in the face, like you going like they don't care about the family. They letting you know this is how it's going. Get down and lay down. And you know what's funny? You know you ain't leaving. You know that Game Pass is rocking. You know that free 99 is rocking. And they got the games. We're gonna talk about the games. You know, obviously the Indie, the South of Midnight, the Call of Duty's moving and shaking out here. Flight Simulator, the Fable next year. Like they rocking. So it's again, they in a position of strength where they can do that. All I'm saying is just a little too early with this is an Xbox. This is an Xbox when your vision isn't fully realized yet. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got. You know, shout out to the Dominants being outside. I think normally I'm like sometimes they talk too much, but in these cases, I'm glad at least we know what the vision is. There is no red line. Anything could go anywhere. That's over with. Nothing sacred. Okay, cool. Now everybody has to breathe and then let gaming take its course, so to speak. So that's all I got. Fun week, and you hopefully hear from me again on some other topics.
Oh, there was Lord Cognito, man. That's the future. That's Lord Cognito in the future talking. As you guys can see, we have been joined by another person, Paris Lilly over there from Kind of Funny Games. Paris, man, he told me he's got some bars for us when it comes to the last topic. So I figured let's just go ahead and let him get those bars off. So go take the show, Paris.
No, I appreciate you having me on, and I'll be super brief because I was listening to everything that you guys were talking about, and I pretty much agree with all of it. And I just wanted to add in that they've been telling us this. I mean, Phil essentially said this in June to Ryan McCaffrey about what their plans are going to be. Indiana Jones being shown at Gamescom with PS5 at the end was, again, an indicator of where they were headed. The no red line thing is not a shock to me. I mean, go back to what Tom Warren even talked about. He had mentioned that the Master Chief Collection or something like that potentially could be going over to PlayStation. The way I look, I know people have been saying a bunch of crazy stuff all week, but the way I look at it is this. We got the rumors about this in June. I even said then, it's not going to be that big of a deal if Hi-Fi Rush and stuff like that goes. People tried to cook me for that. Then obviously Phil, they did the roundtable thing with Tina, and we got these 4 games that came over. I'm still thinking then there's going to be some level of exclusivity with Xbox. So even after what Phil just said, there's going to be some level of exclusivity. They're not going to 100%, like Gears of War E-Day is not going to be day and date on PlayStation. I'll actually be shocked if something like that happened. So they're moving the industry forward because PlayStation's doing this too, whether people want to believe it or not. They're doing it a lot slower, but they're doing it too. Nintendo is clearly going to be the anomaly in all of this. And I get old heads like us, we're not going to be happy with it. There's going to be brand loyalty, all those things, but they're still making hardware. So if you want an Xbox, you're still going to be able to go get an Xbox. If you don't, they're obviously offering other screens that you can play Xbox games on. And if you got to play that Xbox game on PlayStation, you probably won't play it at release. You'll probably have to wait a period of time, and it's eventually going to show up on that platform. That's just where they're headed. It's a business. Phil said it a million times. They got to be profitable. They got to be sustainable, all these things. And I'm sure people are highly disagreeing with me right now, but that's just the reality of it. And look, I've had to eat crow with stuff that I've said over the past few months, but I'm a realist. I'm not going to stick my head in the sand and act like this stuff isn't happening. We should be at the point that any game that comes from Xbox, expect it to show up on another platform at some period of time. But if you're a fan of Xbox, you're a fan of the ecosystem, you use Game Pass and all that kind of stuff, you're going to be fine. You're still going to get all these games. You see what's coming over the next few years. They're still going to give you hardware. They're going to make a handheld. Game Pass isn't going anywhere. The world's not going to end. It's not doom and gloom. Cats and dogs aren't living together. We're going to be fine. That's just how I see it. So I get people are fussing and, all the stuff that you see online right now, but they'll be fine. You'll play Indiana Jones. You'll play Stalker 2. You'll play all the rest of the stuff, Doom, South of Midnight, Fable, all that next year, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I agree for the most part. It's like I said, the biggest thing I just worry about is like as long as that console is there, that's all I care about in the logistic of things. But we got a pretty big game. I would say, to me, this is my opinion, the June showcase this year, South of Midnight was by far the most impressive looking game there. And we got some previews that launched. I have been told that, to my knowledge, and you can confirm or deny, Paris, there was no hands-on. It was just, interviews and stuff like that. So keep in mind, transparent, no one's played the game, but there's a lot more information out there about the game, especially Paris, man. Shout out to Paris. He got some real good bars from them, man. But I do want to start with Paris on this because he did he was there. So that's
he interviewed.
So,
he had 2 interviews up that's really good.
And obviously, I feel like this game would be really important to him. So I wanted him to get his bars and what exactly did you see in there? What's your overall impressions on South of Midnight from what you saw and talked to them about?
Yeah, like you said, at the June showcase, we got to see South of Midnight. It was definitely one of the standout games at that showcase. And Xbox invited me last week. I went up to Montreal and I went up to Compulsion Games. And yeah, I got to sit down, with the whole team at Compulsion. The voice cast was there, the voice actors for Hazel, the mocap actors for Hazel, and Ahmed Best, who is the voice and performance director for Compulsion Games, or for South of Midnight, I should say. He has not officially said what role he's playing in the game, but I got a sneaking suspicion who it is. But yeah, we spent the day with him, man, and I got to talk to various, like the head art director, head of music and sound. We got to talk to the game director, studio head, just all these different people from the team. And yeah, South of Midnight looks great, man. It really does. The gameplay we saw was about a 30-minute vertical slice of it. The game director played it right in front of us. We did not get hands-on with it, but he showed us a boss battle with Two-Toed Tom. That's the big alligator that you've seen in the trailer. Showed us some other dialogue moments. Showed us a few other of the arena gameplay moments as well. And it looks good. The art is just off the charts in it. And the music that they're bringing into it is really reflecting the South. And that was kind of the most important thing that Compulsion had of, like, we got to make sure we get this right. We cannot screw this up. So as they said, we're just a bunch of dumb Canadians that want to make a game about the Deep South. So let's make sure we get people in that actually represent the South, that understand that culture, that understands the folklore, the legends of the South, the music. Again, the sound director, he went down and stayed in the South for like 6 months just recording sound. So there was one area where you're just listening to the cicadas, or however you say it, just that, that sound. If you live in the South, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's the South for sure. And they wanted to make sure they got the dialects right, just everything about it. I know not everybody is a fan of the stop motion animation that they're doing in it. So they do have an option that you can turn it off. But they confirmed that
that's
it
where
will
they
be
won
running
me, Paris. They won me when they said you could turn that off.
And actually, I had to get a correction on that because I didn't remember them telling me that when I was there. So when I was on Kind of Funny, I said you couldn't do it. And then Compulsion reached out to me. It was like, no, you can turn it off. It's running on Unreal 4, and they're targeting 60 frames for the game as well. So, and about 12 hours of gameplay is what they're going to commit to, but it could be longer depending on exploration, things like that. But they feel pretty good about 12 hours of gameplay. And the studio had even said they wanted to make a story that people could appreciate and respects your time as well. So they weren't trying to make some 40, 50 hour game as well. But yeah, it's looking good, man. It's looking really good. All they said was 2025. So we don't know a release date or anything like that. So, maybe we'll find out at the Game Awards, or maybe they'll do like a developer direct in January or something and put a release date on it.
Yeah, I think this is, if I were a betting person, I would say like May, March, something like this. Because the fact that they're already doing like these previews makes me feel like this game is done. It's just right now they're, because here's the thing. Microsoft's at the point where they got so many games, they got to be like, can we release this without cannibalizing ourselves? So, I think
that's the biggest part. The biggest part now is so many IPs, so many games. You have to look at the windows in which you drop. Same thing with a Valve being pushed out until February. So I don't think that game comes out in March. I think it's more closer to June, April type of game. But then you also got to look at the cadence and what games are usually dropping from all the IPs that they do have. So they have to navigate all the stuff that they have. So
If I had to guess, and again, they didn't say anything, so I'm just guessing. I kind of think this falls into that Hellblade 2 release window. So late April, May, kind of like you're saying. I think that makes a lot of sense to put it out around that time.
And I think around that time you see Senua Saga 2 launch on the PlayStation during that time when we get the day that we get South of Midnight, they will get Senua Saga 2. Like on an anniversary type of thing, because you're slotting a game in. So they won't get a game, but they will also get old revenue from a game that isn't selling at that period of time. You get South of Midnight to sell here, you get Senua Saga 2 to sell over there. And for all those individuals that said that they don't want Hellblade 2 and they didn't like it, we're gonna run that up on them, make sure that turns into $2 million over there, and make sure that this turns into a couple of 2 million sales over here. That stuff happens. I think that's the smarter cadence in how you start to drop, so they can get an idea. Okay, so then maybe the following year, South of Midnight drops over there, and whatever slots inside that position, that slots on Xbox, you know. So I think they're going to start paying attention to those cadences in between there. But yeah.
Speaking of slotting too, I would have anticipated something like this to be shown at the Dev Direct, like in January, if they do another one.
I think it's going to.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
But
it
like
makes
a
sense.
30-minute documentary, it like now, do you do another thing? Because this felt very Dev Direct-y almost watching this documentary. Like it makes
I thought
me
it was
think
really good. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Like it makes me wonder
It's
what's
either
actually gonna be there.
it's not in the direct, which I think it will be, or they just give you a release. I think they'll give you more gameplay at the Video Game Awards, followed by a direct announcement or something like that, or maybe they just do it all and it just skips Video Game Awards entirely. I don't know.
You have to think that when they shot that documentary, you just do whatever for the Dev Direct all at the same time. You got everybody at the studio there.
Yep.
Gameplay, because the gameplay we saw looked damn near final. I mean, you know, minor bug here or there, but nothing crazy. So it's a good representation of the final game of what we got to see. And you obviously saw some of it in the documentary as well. So yeah, I would imagine it's at the Dev Direct. I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
Yeah, so I do, before I pass it to the rest of the realm, I do want to go over some of the highlights that's rolling around Twitter. So like we said, it is set in American South. A lot of comparison to Kena, or Kenna, right? However you guys want to pronounce it.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is too. It's a face-off against mythical creatures from the South, folklore, who controls each region. So I'm kind of curious, is it going to be like, what's Far Cry 5, where like every sibling owned like a part of the land and you had to like weaken them to actually fight them? So I'm kind of curious how that goes. Do they go into that, Paris, or?
Well, this is what they said, and this is actually a cool part of the story. So again, like Two-Toe Tom, because that was the main boss that they showed us. They didn't show us any other ones. Yeah, he kind of controls that region that he's in. And Hazel is going around and she's healing the world around her. That's why you see her with her unravel, like her magic, her weave magic. And when she takes out an enemy, she quote unquote unravels them. And then now all the flowers start blooming again and it heals the world. So even like Two-Toe Tom, he has a backstory. There's a story behind him. You find out how he became what he was. And then part of your job is to defeat him and to heal him, to, you know, essentially to save him and then heal that region. So that kind of seems the way that they're handling it, where the bosses aren't necessarily evil, but something happened to them to make them this way. And part of your job is finding out that backstory and then basically saving them.
So essentially they're going to like make a bad guy and make you start feeling bad for them, because it's like there's a reason there in the situation.
Yeah,
okay.
Because they showed us a little bit of Two-Toe Tom's backstory, and yeah, it's kind of sad. So yeah, I think they're definitely going to go ahead pulling for the heartstrings. And Ahmed Best even said when I did the interview with him that there's a performance that he's a part of, you know, with him and Hazel, that he thinks is really, you know, he's very proud of, because he thinks people are going to really get an emotional response out of that. So I'm looking forward to it.
I love the fact that you got a chance to interview him, and being that, you know, he came from, you know, Star Wars, and, you know, that was a high and an absolute low point for him. To see him in our preferred medium, thriving as he is, because he is not only in the game, but he is the vocal coach and with them. I thought it was magnificent. I'm so happy that you got a chance to touch on that and to show that inside your videos. Your videos was really good.
No, I appreciate that. And just again with him, because I was doing everything in my power to not like just turn into like super fan, because like, oh my God,
I know.
I'm sitting there right here with him, right?
Exactly.
But he's such a cool dude. I mean, just even the off-camera conversations and just how seriously he took this role of what he's doing, because he even said, and I think this is on camera where he said it, where he like, they had some very uncomfortable conversations with Compulsion about this, because he was like, look, anything with black folks in the Deep South, you're going to have an uncomfortable conversation about it, because again, it's about getting it right and not shying away from the realities of what happened to black people in the Deep South, right? So they're going to touch on that stuff too, man. So yeah, it's going to be good. But yeah, he's a really good dude. Really, really good.
Yeah, so it looks like there's going to be a huge factor on how you traverse around the world, from double jumping to air jumps to grapple to glides. I did see that a lot, especially like because she's a weaver who uses magic, and like you would use your magic to like kind of like glide through the air. So I like stuff like that. And what's funny is we do have some bars from Cog that I'll play here later, which is interesting because Cog always wants like just one. And, I see this game as that. Where it's like, I've always felt like it doesn't matter what kind of, like, realistic graphics or something, as long as the game is good. So it's curious to see what that. And it looks like they're targeting 60 frames, King. You're muted.
I muted myself. I muted myself for Paris to talk. Yeah, 60 frames is fantastic, but I get 60 frames on my PC.
Yeah, and it's coming in 2025, like we said. All right, so let's start with Forte, man. Forte, what do you think about South of Midnight, from the way the environment was, to the immersion was, to the story? What's your thoughts on the game?
No, yeah, it was like one of the games that I was super excited for when they first showed it off. I was like, yeah, I really like this aesthetic. I like the overall atmosphere of the game. Once again, shout out to Paris for the interview. Definitely check that out. I was actually sitting in Discord with Addict while he was working on the thumbnail for your video.
Oh,
and I was like, yeah, when's this video coming out so I could watch it? Then I checked it out after the fact. You did a really good job with that, and really appreciate that insight. But yeah, I like the whole region thing. That's the same thing I thought about, like how Far Cry worked and stuff. But I like how they have individual enemies that are basically patrolling certain areas of the map that are their home base. And then, like you said, with it being something that's based in the Deep South, there's going to be uncomfortable conversations about how the conversation around how the story and how the game is going to progress. And I like the fact that they're tackling something like that. This is a huge step up from the last game that they released, and I'm definitely looking forward to just the experience of it, because at this point, I like longer games, so like 12 hours doesn't bother me. I'm like, yo, I can get the experience, get in and get out, or if it's a little bit longer based on exploration, that's another really good thing that I'm looking at. But I just like the fact that it's something different and something not that we have played on Xbox, and they're actually doing something that has a chance to be truly amazing and stuff. So I just like the fact of them doing this, the way the game looks, the protagonist. Shout out to Jar Jar Binks, the character, the person that's playing played Jar Jar Binks in Star Wars.
My best.
Yeah, right. My best. And I saw that and it made me laugh, and I was like, oh, I like this game. I like this game even more now, even though Jar Jar was super irritating in Star Wars.
Well, the thing with that is, if anybody really did the science behind that and watched his documentary, of the Jar Jar Binks character, he was at a complete low point in doing that, and he thought that he did a fantastic job in doing so. To go back to a character that is based in the South, knowing that the character that you did had some South connotation to it, that had to be a sore point. But to see how up he is in doing this and how he has bounced back from that low point in his life, even though it was a lucrative low point, it still was a low point in the sense that how people reacted to the character. And I don't ever think that he deserved anything like that. So to see him in a space where he's being celebrated and lauded was something fantastic to see. So I'm just happy that Paris got that interview.
Yeah.
And see, a lot of people don't understand the reason why I say this. Anytime I see people of color celebrated in this space, I have to champion it because I don't see our faces often. I know I don't mean to, take it to that space, but again, this is a South game, and they made sure that they flew in an individual that can identify with the material. That's all I'm talking about. And the fact that it was Paris, I will always put Paris first. Always. If it's somebody, put him up there because he's been there long enough digging in this ground to get this adulation, and to have both of those videos do what it does. That's what I want to see. And then my man Hip Hop right next to it. But that's what I'm talking about. So if anybody tries to understand what I bring to the space, that's what I bring to the space.
Yeah,
can I say something?
Check your DMs when you get a chance.
Yeah.
All right, I'll check it.
That's why I was.
Can I say something really quick?
Yeah,
After you, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, King, you really hit it on the head. That's how I felt about it. Seeing him be able to come back and do a character like this, that was something that was super touching to me, because I know, being a fan of that other IP, how that played out when it came to that last character. So seeing that he had a chance to be able to do this again with a character like this was also heartwarming. And like you just said, and I'm pretty much done with it, but like, I'm happy to see my people get ahead. Hip hop, Paris, when I saw those opportunities, we have to take advantage of them when we get them.
Yep.
Because that's literally like, if I put it in front of you, you have to run with it, or it's not going to come to you again. So I appreciate everything that you guys did around that. But I'm super excited for the game, man. Can't wait for them to talk about more of it and get a chance to play it.
Yep.
Yo, I can jump in. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, please, no. Let me jump in because I'm about to give you your flowers, sir. So please let me jump in on this real quick. First of all, King, I appreciate everything you said, and I feel very fortunate and lucky to get opportunities like that, right? But I'll also say this: I understand there's not a lot of us that get to do this, right? So, not that I put pressure on myself, but I understand that if I F this up, and I know hip hop feels the same way, if I F this up, then that means the people behind me won't get that opportunity to go, oh, well, why are we working with them? We'll just keep working with who we got to work with because we can't trust them or they're not reliable or whatever. So whenever I go to any of these things, I always make sure I'm 100% prepared. I do my research on the topic at hand. So when I sit down in front of these developers, studio heads, things like this, they know I'm prepared and ready for the opportunity in front of me. I try to ask them questions that make sense to the topic at hand and be as professional as possible. And number one, be on time to wherever I'm at. And I'll talk about it soonish, but I was somewhere else last week and I was 30 minutes early, and that was on purpose because you ain't going to say I'm late. I'm always going to make sure I'm on time.
That's right.
But hip hop, I just want to bring up hip hop real quick because I know you already were talking about him before, but he is one of the most important people we got in this industry. And people, look, and I'm just keeping it real. Hip hop got the bell and all that. He could be loud and do all these things, but that's part of why I love him, because that's who he is for real. For real. You know what I'm saying? You ever talk to him when there's no camera in front or people around? The dude that you see right now is the dude that you're going to get. And the most important thing about hip hop is he's always looking out for other people. He's always helping other people. He's doing stuff for kids, all that. And I won't go into the details on the hip hop, but I'll just simply say this. A few weeks ago, you texted me out of the blue. Yo, I got this opportunity. I brought your name up. They want you to go to it. And unfortunately, I couldn't go, right? So I had to turn it down. But it was just the fact that you were even just thinking about me in that moment and wanted to help me out to have an opportunity like that. That's what you do. And I think you don't get enough of the flowers that you should. Because like I said, a lot of stuff that you talk about and people are like, oh, that ain't going to happen. What is he talking about? No. You know what he's talking about. I tell you that right now. That's why you said before, CES, all this stuff is going to come out. I was like, oh, I know what he's talking about. He ain't lying. It's coming. You know what I mean? The receipts are there. Videos are there where you've talked about stuff years ago that have come to fruition today. So I just want to give you your props and your love, man, because you're someone that when we first met, I fully admit, and this was guy like 2009. I was like, who the hell is this dude with a belt? Right. And now I get it. And, you're one of my favorite people. And like I said, whenever I see you, it's always a good time. And I always know that your heart is always in the right place to go help people, man. So just props to you.
Yo, bro, first of all, spin the chain for everybody in the building. You know what it is? Yo, I love y'all so much. Yo, let me tell you, right? I'm patiently waiting because everybody's like, yo, Paris interview this, Paris this. I'm like, I'm one of them dudes I know how to be a fan as well. Like, I think people forgot what it means to just be a fan and cheer somebody else on. There's a beautiful moment in that, to be able to sit in your seat and watch somebody else shine and be a part of their moment and push them up. It gets to a point where everybody would just want to be the man, want to be this. Yo, we all have our moments, but yo, it feel good to be able to see somebody else and you get to sit back and enjoy it. So, yo, Paris, yo, when I tell you, son, all the stuff that you got going on, kid, I be mad. Hype, son. So love you and thank you and don't stop ever. That joint is fire, son. Every interview, I don't care what nobody say. It's one of those joints where when you see somebody, it's one thing. When you see somebody consistently, it's a representation of their character. And King, Addict, you already know what it is, and you know what my book says because we just came out with the
There
children's.
is literally not one event I go to that I don't see this man at. Like, there's like I'll be going to random stuff that has nothing to do with gaming, and there's hip hop. Like,
yo, all day, son, all day. We up. So I'm gonna tell you, character is your currency, and y'all are wealthy. I'm gonna say it again. Character is your currency, and looking at y'all, yo, Paris, King, just everybody, y'all are wealthy. So stand on that, B. I mean it, man. And there's a lot more to come. Get ready, son. It's about to be crazy, kid. So I'm hyped, man. Word.
So on that, back to the South of Midnight. Mav, what's going on, man? How you feel about this game? What's going on with Mav? How's the fun speculation community feel about South of Midnight?
Man, everybody's happy right now, man. It was really cool seeing all that interaction right there. Because like I grew up, well, I didn't grow up, but like back in the day, I was downloading your guys' podcast on my Zune. Right.
Oh wow.
Like
that's
Paris
crazy.
And Hip Hop Gamer Tag Radio and Hip Hop Gamer. So for me, it's like surreal, like just sitting here and just listen to this kind of conversation between you guys, right? But yeah, South of Midnight, man. Like I have a couple takeaways. The combat looked really, really good, and for me, that kind of was a little surprising, seeing as much of it, like the alligator battle and how good the boss fight looked and the animations and all that, because like. What I know of Compulsion from the past, that's not what they do.
Right.
So it shows what Microsoft and Xbox they saw in that studio, the capabilities they have to be something more than what they were. And I think this is part of the power of the acquisition of having that ability to be able to fulfill the vision like this, right? That's part of one of the benefits that when we all speculated about like what kind of stuff can they make and these studios can they make, and we talked about the benefits of actually having the backing of a big publisher or platform holder like Microsoft being behind it, like what are they going to be capable of now? Now it's taken some time. It's definitely taken some time to get here, right? But we see this, and when I saw it last year for the first time, I was like, wow. First off, like not enough games in the setting. Like I always want more games like in the setting. I'm from Texas, right? East Texas area born. So like I'm real close to that area that this game takes place. And I always like want more games kind of representative of the South, and hearing the music and hearing all these things and like seeing the scenery behind the scenes. I'm familiar with it, So like I love the fantasy take on it. And I wanted to see more games kind of do that. So it's going to be original just for that alone. But then seeing what I loved about the bringing in people to read the stories, to like educate everybody on the studio, seeing the main director that was traveling around to the South, and he's like, I don't know anything about this, but I'm just interested in stories. I'm interested in exploring. I'm interested in all that stuff, and I want to be inspired. So then they brought in somebody to inspire the rest of the studio, and to see the origin of kind of how these games are created and the imagination it takes. It means that whatever we're going to experience is probably going to be very unique. It's going to be special. It's going to be meaningful. But then you got the quality of the production behind it. You know, you got the great combat, you got the boss battles, you got the beautiful world, you got the great graphics, you got the unique thing they got going with the stop animation. So above all else, I just think this game's going to be original, man. And it's great to see experiences like this be made today. When everybody said everything's games of service, everything is this, everything is that. No, it's not that. This is what variety adds. This is what having different kinds of studios that excel at different kinds of genres and different kinds of storytelling. It's what they add to all of us, right? And this is what gaming's all about at the end of the day. We got all these other games still. We got all these other ongoing games. We got all these get these updates and stuff like this. But I'm gonna have a hell of a 15-hour experience playing through this game, and it'll probably be one that I'll remember.
Wow. Well, I'm just say
one
this
other thing.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
One thing to add to what Mav was just saying. A couple things actually. Gameplay wise, because I talked about this on Kind of Funny. They're not going to reinvent the wheel with it, right? But it's not so much about the gameplay. It's about the experience and the story that's being told. Again, like you mentioned, Mav, you don't see a lot of stories about the Deep South, right? Especially with a young African-American woman as the lead character. So that'll be something that is going to help it stand out from the crowd. And then not to mention the lore tab. There's a lore tab in the game. So as you're running into these creatures and the legends and the mythology stuff that they're going to tell about the Deep South, you can go to a lore tab. You can educate yourself even more about this. So I think this is going to be a great opportunity for a lot of people to understand the Deep South of America and the history behind it and the lore and everything, because obviously not everybody's exposed to it. Hell, my own kids aren't exposed to it because they grew up in California, so they don't know about the South. So this will be an opportunity for them too.
Yo, I just want to say this real quick. I was getting the game out the gate. The first time I saw the gameplay on this joint, I was like, yo, we up. Like, this joint is fire. You know what I'm saying? So that was one. But one thing I wanted to say, there's something that I'm already working on, but looking at like the way this story arc is taking place, I want to pose something to y'all right now, because I think it's something that'll be fire. So you remember when you watched the Walking Dead TV show, they had the Talking Dead come on right after. So how ill would it be to have like with the South of Midnight, and then like after the first, boss battle or like certain story arcs, whatever, after that, there's like a concept where everybody gets a chance to share how they felt about that story. And the reason why I'm saying that is because it's one thing to support a game when it's launching and it's about to come out. Most of these games, like, they fall after the initial promo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So I think this is a great opportunity with like major figures like ourselves to be able to carry the torch on this title to enable other people to feel more confident on investing in more games and more titles that share these types of stories and beyond. So that I just wanted to bring that to the table, because I think with a platform like ILP and stuff like that, that could be done, because y'all always are so welcoming. You know what I'm saying? Cog, King, Attic, everybody, Soft, and stuff like that, the whole team, y'all always so welcoming, bringing on so many people. I think it'll be really cool if we did like a South of Midnight edition of something, and then talk about how the stories impacted us to give the game more legs. That's just something that I thought of that I think will be fire.
Yeah, I always think that that aspect of it should be explored, because I did have something like that with Marvel's Deadpool and Wolverine. Watch it, just launched on Netflix, to give it more legs, to have the community. And what I do more is, involve the community, have 4 members of the community sit down, and people that aren't necessarily always in front of cameras, give different opportunities to individuals that say, maybe I can do this. Do I have the chops? Because we do have great super chats. A lot of these super chats start to provoke different thoughts that you didn't have, right? So just to have those conversations, and it doesn't have to be everything drawn out. It could be a half an hour show of how did this do, or how did this feel? Yeah. And that's a great thought process when it comes to South of Midnight and games of that ilk. Newer IPs that are launching into a space that might need that help get into other individuals' thought process. Because Call of Duty is going to do what it's going to do, right? But will South of Midnight do what Call of Duty does? No, we need to help push along some of these IPs if we want to see change like this in the space. You're right.
You know, it would be interesting if they worked with, you know, content creators that they trust, and like, let's say they let like a bunch of us play the first boss, and then they let us do a podcast, and after you beat the boss, like somewhere on the boss battle is a QR code that you scan and it goes to that video.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be fire.
That's a level of interaction that these companies need to look at, because instead of leveraging us individually, leverage us as a collective in order to push it. Because look at it. You have Kind of Funny, you have Fun Speculation, you have ILP, you have hip hop, you have slow mo and backslap, and Fortes.
Slow mo and backslap.
Slow mo back. Listen, I love slow mo backslaps IP. Right. So listen, you have different communities here in this space right now. You can leverage it. Right. Dragon's Den. You can use that. Instead of taking one, you can take all, but make sure you do it in a way that makes sense to these games. And you know, the Q code sounds good.
You know, it'd be
y'all
crazy.
Guys are cooking.
It would be crazy if there was like 40 or 50 different QR codes for every time you beat a boss, and you come across a different community talking about it.
Smart.
Are you talking about playing the game and then the QR code pops up?
Yes,
on
after
the
you beat the boss, like a QR code would show up on the field somewhere. Like, and I don't want it to be like I don't want it to be like too intrusive, but just like off to the side, like you see a QR code on the wall, like a little QR code, you scan it, and it just randomly generates which QR code. I would be upset because my luck, I would fight the same boss over and over again trying to find the ILP one, and we just never find it because it keeps QR coding other people.
But it'd be fantastic to have, and that way I would love to be part of an achievement, like an achievement popped up. You watch, you know, Iron Lord's take on it.
I think the QR code achievement would be you listen to the whole community on whatever boss or whatever that is. Okay. I love what I see South of Midnight. I feel like it looks like a fantastic game. You know, people were complaining, like comparing to Kenna. I think that's fair to a degree, but I don't want people to like, oh, just because like, you know, they're both women or like similar art styles. Like, I do feel like this game is unique on its own. That's nothing compared to that. I like boss fights, and what I see, I really like what they showed on boss fights a lot. Now I didn't like the, what do they call it? What's that mode called?
Stop motion.
The stop motion. Yeah. But when King, because I called King texted me at like 5 a.m. and was like, "You up?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And then he calls me. He's like, "Oh, you know that stop motion is turn offable." I'm like, "Oh, really? I didn't know that." Like, so I'm really appreciate. Yeah, I really appreciate that they give you more options for it. All right, so obviously, when it comes to South of Midnight, there was other stuff that was going on. You know, quote unquote, the woke fashion stuff. You know, I'm like King. I don't like calling it woke stuff either. But there's a lot of pushback when it comes to the game. Now, I will say this opening up, regardless what studio, what company, regardless what people have said on Twitter, you know, even though I understand where people are coming from being upset by this, because I'm the kind of person I don't like hate in general. So if I see hate on any terms of stretch of the imagination, it's automatically a no for me. But I'm also the kind of person, I don't punish a corporation, a company, a development team. I don't punish them for the actions of the few, because to me, there's more than 2 or 3 people working on this. Obviously, Sweet Baby is involved in this. I do believe that the community manager has said a little bit of hateful stuff on Twitter. Like I said, I'm not co-signing none of this stuff. None of this hate. I'm the biggest anti-hate you could get. But at the same time, I want to support South of Midnight. I'm not supporting the individuals that said the hateful comments. So, you know, I want to start with Mav on this. You know, look, I get people are trying to stand on ground, but I do feel like we've gotten to the point where it's either you're extreme on the left or extreme on the right, and no one acts like there's a middle. Like, and I get so frustrated because it's like you can't have a conversation without being deemed on one side or the other without, because to me, if there's not more people willing to speak in the middle, because the only time you will actually listen to someone is if you're in the middle. Because if you're on the far left or far right of the conversation, you're not listening to what any of each other have to say. You have to meet in the middle to have an engaging conversation, and I feel like we need more of that. So Mav, how you feel about, like, you know, the metrics that goes on to this, where, you know, people are trying to boycott the game? Because I do think it is part of the conversation when it comes to this. Because obviously, with all positivity comes these negative people coming out of the woodworks.
Another week, another game with more controversy about stuff to me that's just over the top and ridiculous and like should just not be a thing. I mean, just be honest with you, like the world is gray, right? Like we live in a world that's like everybody's trying to be like, oh, I'm going to be the opposite of this take, or I'm going to be the opposite of this take. But it's like the more people can just kind of realize that everybody else is just people and they have opinions, and we can just kind of like not let things bother us so much. Like back in the day, you know, like back in the day, like movies and all these other kind of things. Yeah, they all had this crazy stuff and we just watched it. We're like, hey, this is fun and awesome, you know? But now it's like, oh, this is in this. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, this is bad. And it's like, oh, yeah, I saw what this guy said, and I agree with him, and I'm going to say that too because he seems cool. You know, like, it's just, if people can just, like, actually think about, does it actually bother you? Like, really? The stuff that's in these games or whatever, like, I don't know. I see people always say, oh, things are moving too far this way because, and it's going to cause issues because, like, it's teaching our children these things and all this other. I'm like, man, if you watch stuff back in the day, this stuff existed.
Yep.
This stuff existed, movies, TV shows, everything. Like different kinds of characters of different cultures, of different race, religion, sexual orientation, all this stuff. And that stuff was like just part of the world we lived in.
But we just didn't have the labels that we have now in order to get mass hate behind it.
I don't even think it's the label. Social media has never been so powerful in the world, and now I feel like the stronger social media gets, because here's the thing, it's all about money. You get your numbers up on social media because you can drive it to other places. You go on places like YouTube to monetize, because don't get it twisted, people are monetizing hate by the extreme. And I think a lot of this is like, you know, when it comes to Grums, if you in the chat is following Grums, come on, man. Like, look, there's people that I feel have genuine worries that I would not label as like a racist or anything like that. But Grums is straight up like, what's what I'm looking for? He's
Check
a grifter.
Messenger, Alec.
He's a grifter.
Add it. Check Messenger.
I mean, I gotta take a little further, right? If you're watching something and you see somebody on the screen or something being represented and it actually bothers you because they're not like yourself, ask yourself why.
I think when it comes down to it, it's just like I've always said it. Look, you guys stand on your ground. Ain't nobody. I've never tell people not to boycott something, but to me, and what I tell people, judge the product on the product, not what other people say about the product. Because in that case, I wouldn't play the Dragon Age Veilguard, even though I didn't like some of the dialogue in the game, and I did feel like, you know, some of it was a little out of place. I loved the game. It was a great game, great gameplay. I do think you can have both sides without. It's like I said, you see the left or right, like, and I don't like that. I feel like we're not getting any conversations. We're not having serious conversations because, like I said, got to be all left or all right. We can't have a conversation.
The thing is, Addict is like the kinds of games that people have an issue with about these kind of games existing. Like there's other kind of games that exist that are fine for every kind of person that wants to look for specific kind of content, right? Like if you like watching like or playing like just a dude bro shooter that's all macho and all this kind of stuff, hey, go play Space Marine 2, right? Hell of a game. I love that
Okay,
game.
real quick, man. We're about to lose hip hop. Hip hop. Before you go, give me some quick bars on your PlayStation 5 Pro.
but listen, before he goes, you got to show him the picture I sent to you.
You're gonna have to
Messenger.
show it because I can't show it. So you have to share it on your screen.
Okay, it's not in my messenger, bro. It's on my Twitter. You are beasting right now.
Well, it's not that. It's just like I'm
Hold
sharing
on, let
the
me pull up
actual
my
screen.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up my Twitter. Go ahead, keep talking, hip hop.
Yeah, so
I got to get hip hop.
Yeah, hip hop. Give me your bars on the PlayStation 5 Pro, because King, I wanted you for that particular topic, but you can give your bars because King specifically asked to talk about his PlayStation 5 Pro like 2 or 3 weeks after it came out.
Yep.
Because he didn't get to talk about it last week.
All right, got it. So now before I go, like, is there something that you wanted me to respond to that
All right,
said,
let me share my screen. Hold on. Where's
Okay.
share my screen? Because before hip hop gets out of here, I got to share my screen with him. And
Okay.
Here we go. This screen right here. Let me share it now. Yeah, SouthofMidnight. It's my man, hip hop gamer. Did you see it? You see it?
Yo, who did this?
Yeah. Okay. Yo, listen. I got more. Hold on. I got more.
Hey, they gave that man a unibrow and everything.
I got more because
it gets worse.
Yeah, I got more because people think that only hip hop is getting that love. Everybody's getting that love. Paris, I love you.
Oh man,
I love you to death, Paris. I love you to death.
Paris about to start weaving through the air.
I love you to death, Paris.
You gotta see me that. You gotta see me that. I love that.
You're not
I
immune
need
to this. I'm not immune to this. Hold on, I got more because the king comes bearing gifts. And hey man, this one here, this one took me out. And I love you too, Forte. But God bless.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, Forte's one looks pretty natural.
God
I
bless.
need that.
God bless. I just wanted to show y'all
hey, look
that.
at that hair, look at that hairline, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, it's lit. Mav, I'm sorry they did not make one of you because that will be highly racist. So, I made sure that they didn't do that. He did one of me, but it didn't come out that good. But I do appreciate the work
Don't make
that he
me
did.
share you.
I send it to you. But mine didn't come out all that good. I mean, but if y'all want to see mine while we here, and y'all can say it to yourself
That's
if it came out
hilarious.
good. Here you go. Because he wanted the pictures of me without my shades. So, yeah. See, but I do think Forte
kind of look like
Yo,
what was Captain America's name before he has
Yeah,
now?
you talking about the Falcon?
The Falcon.
Yeah,
You kind of look like the
yeah.
Falcon.
yo, that is hilarious, bro.
Yeah,
Bro,
we
did
do
not
have-
expect that. I was dying. Bro.
We do have hardworking people in our community, so shout out to you. You know who you are. Unless you want to
man.
make your name known, I'm not gonna do it.
That's
But
hilarious.
yeah, this is the appreciation they have for y'all. They really appreciate y'all being
Yo,
here.
we love y'all too. When you become a meme, that means something.
Yeah,
Yo,
for
that-
real. It was
That means
lit.
you made it. It means you
I
made
had to
it.
share, and he was reprimanding me. He was like, "Stop associating slow mo with Forte, because he ain't here."
Oh man, yo, that's hilarious, son. So like, so here's what I wanted to say before I get
Yes.
up out of here about the PlayStation 5 Pro, because I saw there was a lot of people that would say, "Oh, it's not worth it," or "If it's too expensive," and this and that. So I just want to address everything real quick. Now, obviously I got it, had a day one and stuff like that. So the first thing, the price. People was talking about how the joint is too expensive. If you believe that PlayStation 5 Pro is too expensive, and I want to hear anybody's feedback or rebuttal on this, like if you feel that this is expensive, you don't game enough. Period. You don't game enough, and you don't
Let's
know
go.
enough. You don't know enough. I'm gonna
Excuse
tell
me,
you
sir.
right now, dog.
Go.
This
King
joint
had to
is a
mute his mic.
steal.
King had to mute his mic.
This joint is a steal.
I'm
Period.
muting
I'ma
my
tell you
mic
why.
because I'm allowing him to talk. I'm not gonna interrupt him.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say this. One, right? And you could go look at this online, but I did my own comparisons, right? Because I got everything, right? So you could take a RX 7900 XTX, the highest quality you could get with the AMD. I didn't test the 4090 yet on this too because they got DLSS that's different. You know what I'm saying? FSR4 didn't drop yet. PSSR, that's what that is now. So what I want to tell you is for under $1,000, I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West. I'm doing comparisons with this game and the best of the best graphics cards. And in some cases, because of the image reconstruction, and even Digital Foundry made mention of this too, but I had to see it for myself. In some areas, PlayStation 5 Pro was looking better and had more pop than a maxed out PC that's a RX 7900 XTX. Blew me away. That's why I made the video that I made, because I couldn't believe it myself. It was crazy. The rules have changed. That was one. Then the second thing is every single game.
Tell them the TV you got.
I got plenty of TVs, but one TV that I'm using in particular that's like my favorite TV is the LG C1 75-inch. And that joint right there, I know. Now listen, I'm gonna tell you this. A lot of people will tell you that you need to turn on AALM, auto low latency mode, and turn on game mode. I don't use none of that. You want to know why? Because when you use that, it turns off the motion processing that you want to use to give you that soap opera effect that people be trying to say that don't look good. Stop it. Stop it. Yo, when stuff is moving this fast, it look like it's moving like this, and you see every detail. And if you don't believe me, King, come to my crib.
I know, I got the same thing. No, the only reason why I told you to tell what TV you're using, because the individuals that you're talking to don't have your TVs. So
when I play games on my TV, on my situation, it ain't like nobody else's situation. You can't even compare it. It's different. So that's one thing in terms of the value of the PS5 Pro. That's one. Two, the overall gaming experience, period, just across the board with everything. The joint performs so amazing with like everything that I'm using. Now, a lot of people would say, well, some games, the patch didn't work out that good. I get it. That's the developer's fault, not the system. Don't get it twisted. Because Remedy still got to come out with another patch because it dips a little bit, but it also have issues sometimes on certain PC setups. So I know that's more of a Remedy thing versus a PlayStation 5 Pro thing. So that was the second thing too, in terms of just the way it runs games, period. It's amazing. Now, the third thing and the last thing I would say, so when you looking at games like The Last of Us and Spider-Man, especially Spider-Man 2, because currently right now, Spider-Man 2 and Stellar Blade and stuff like that, you can't get them on PC yet. They're coming, but you can't get them yet on PC, right? So when you look at Marvel Spider-Man 2, when you look at Stellar Blade, dog, listen, I'm telling you, I've used DLSS. DLSS is incredible. AMD don't got it yet because all their upscaling and stuff like that is more software driven. It's not the AI machine learning upscaler that DLSS is and PSSR is. I can honestly tell you, after seeing that and experiencing that, even a game like Demon Souls from 4 years ago, experiencing that on PS5 Pro, I don't care how many YouTube videos you watch, dog. It ain't gonna show you what I'm feeling and experiencing right now.
We're gonna get some oil for Paris chair.
Yo, I know, right?
Is that the Cyberpunk chair? The yellow chair?
Nah, that's not his chair.
I'm zipping this close to the mic. Sorry. My bad.
So not so good. So my thing is, just the experience alone with all this, and then when No Man's Sky showed what they showed with the 8K experience, I already knew that was coming because AMD showed me a demo of 8K 30 and 8K 60 and all this other stuff years ago before the PS5 Pro was coming out, telling me about generative AI, text to image, and all this other stuff. So a lot of the stuff we're experiencing now on PS5 Pro, I got a chance to experience years before it was even announced and now released. I'm telling y'all, it is the best system, in my opinion, ever created based off the experience, value, and everything I'm having. PS4 games, everything. Yo, it is unbelievable. I just wanted to tell y'all that and share that because I saw a lot of stuff online about why get this or this is that. Keep watching them videos and going off of hearsay. You going to miss out on real amazing gaming experiences on a console that we never got a chance to have before, because PlayStation is the only console that does what it does, especially with the technology of PSSR. Period.
Two things before you go. Number one, you would pull this right before you leave because, boy, we got some disagreements on this.
Oh, no. Hold on. Whoa. No. Oh, word? I'm staying for a minute. I'm going to
You're good.
Okay,
So sit down and strap in.
Let's go.
Oh, boy, I can't wait for this.
Let's go.
All right, so off the top, we ain't never agreeing on that soap opera effect stuff on the TV. You done lost your mind. No way. Ever.
You wildin'. What TV you got?
The same exact one you do.
Yeah,
LG
he got.
C1.
Okay, so
and he got that top of the line TCL that both of you got. So you're both. You know what's funny? I noticed how both of y'all didn't talk about them TCLs. Y'all definitely went to them LG, but we gonna sidestep that right now.
No. I'm actually glad you brought up TCL because that brings me to another point.
Yeah, I got the 85-inch of that too. Let's go.
Both of y'all, go ahead.
To what hip hop is saying, because you already brought this up, King. You got to have one of the LGs or the Samsungs right there that does VRR, that truly takes advantage of everything for the PS5 Pro to pop the way that hip hop is saying. Here's my thing as far as value goes. At $700, what it's doing, is it worth it? Yeah, I guess, but in a console market world, that's still pricey, right? PS4 Pro was the same price as the PS4 when it originally came out. You would have hoped that would have been the same case here. I get inflation, economy, all of that. So $700 is a high barrier to entry for the average console gamer. Number one. Number two, the average console gamer that already has a PlayStation 5, I reviewed the PS5 Pro. Review up, you go watch the whole thing. It's hard for me to recommend it to someone that already has a PlayStation 5. Yeah, there's the enthusiast audience. There's the people like hip hop that got the damn soap opera effect on that are going to run out and go get it. But the average person, like I said, when I played Horizon, I could kind of see the difference. When I played Spider-Man, it looked the same. When I played The Last of Us, right? All that looked the same. The game that actually looks the best because of PSSR and the upscaling is Final Fantasy Rebirth. Of all the games, because the pro mode on the original PS5 was atrocious. But you look at what Insomniac had already been doing with Ratchet and Spider-Man, what Guerrilla had already been doing with Horizon games, is not that big of a leap. This is not the leap that we saw going from standard definition to 1080p or going from 1080p to 4K. We're already at 4K. So you already could do 60 frames per second on a PS5. Sure, it was in a performance mode, but like, again, let's take Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West in the performance mode on the PlayStation 5 base was already looking good. And it was running at 60. So I wasn't seeing this huge, tremendous leap. Look, ray tracing, the lighting, all that stuff is great, but it's not enough for me to take the PlayStation 5 I already got, go trade it in or sell it, and then go run out and spend $700 and go get the Pro. It's hard for me to recommend that. This is how I look at it, hip hop, being serious. PSSR is the future. Because you know that's what Xbox is going to do on the next Xbox. Frame generation, all this stuff, upscaling, that's the future. That's how you get all these high frames on PC right now, with a 4090 or 4080 or whatever, with DLSS.
Series S with VRR.
So it's where we're headed. I look at the Pro more as a concept for what the PlayStation 6 King, because it's going to be a PlayStation 6.
Hashtag no PlayStation 6.
But you get my point.
98%
The next
right,
console.
can't keep it 100.
Tell the truth, let it go.
But the next console, this is a concept for what the next consoles are going to be able to do. Because also part of the problem, hip hop, is these developers still have to support the base PlayStation 5. Yep. So when you do that, you can't truly 100% take advantage of what the Pro can do. I'm not saying the hardware isn't impressive. It is. It is the most powerful console on the market right now. It is also the most expensive console on the market right now. I just don't think for the average person, you're seeing this huge leap. Because look, people love to pull receipts on me, right? Go pull the damn tape. I said it back last year on XCast. I'm not a fan of mid-gen refreshes. I'm not, right? So I'm still not. Yes, I'm thankful I got to review it in the whole thing, and I feel I was very fair in my review. But this is aimed at an enthusiast audience. This isn't for the average console gamer. Average console gamer might as well stick with their PlayStation 5, in my opinion.
All right,
Okay,
before hip hop
so-
gets out of here, and I want you to be able to rebut both of us because both
Yeah.
of the conversation is going to be pretty much the same. Last week I wasn't here and I didn't get a chance to talk about it, but I had the PlayStation 5 Pro from day one. Now, when you go into the aspect of it, I have everything that I need to take out of the PlayStation 5 Pro. That means the delivery system will be met by a television and a display system that can take advantage of what they're offering. The best game that I've played on it right now so far is Ghost of Tsushima. And I can tell you that because I have the PC version and I have an NZXT with a 7900 RX 7900 XTX with 24 gigs of RAM. All right, so I'm gaming at the highest fidelity. Now, I play that. Now, is it better than that? It is not. But what it is damn close. So for $700, you're saying to yourself, well, damn, King, I can get to that level for $700. And you know the GPU alone in that machine is greater than or costs more than the PlayStation 5 Pro. What I'm going to tell the PlayStation fan base is if you do not have the display systems, if you do not have the things in place in order to take advantage of the PlayStation 5 Pro, that is a waste of time for you. Remember, I tell you again, this is a hobby, right? So now if your hobby, you're able to game at that level, perfect. Would I tell you to get rid of your PlayStation 5 base right now and you don't have the display unit in order to get what you want out of that machine? It's not worth it. But if you do, if you had that VRR, you do have that display system and you do want that extra, you do want to see that frame, because what I'm going to tell you what it does is the image quality is stable. You don't have that shimmering in the background. You don't have that anymore. That's gone. And the frame rate is not dipping. It's a solid image with a solid display, with a solid frame rate. And the games just feel smoother, look better, and play better. That's what it's there for. But if you do not have the system to take advantage of that, you will be wasting your time. So I'm not telling you to make sure you miss a payment on your card note this month in order to go to get a PlayStation 5 Pro. I'm not telling you to get rid of your base if you're comfortable with your base unit. I'm not telling you if you picked up your TV while you was walking out the door at Best Buy, your TCL on the floor right next to the popcorn, that you are qualified for this machine. You're not qualified for this machine. But for those gamers that do already have the displays, and I'm not going to tell you to run out and spend or get a payment every month, 8K television, Christopher Hart, to game at this level. I'm not telling you to do that. What I'm telling you, if you can, when you can, do it. As an Xbox owner, as an Xbox frontline guy, if you are gaming already at that level and you want that extra, it is definitely necessary for you. But if you are not, I'm not telling you to go into Hawk or try to, keep up with the Joneses. Play where you're able to play, game how you're able to game. But hip hop is right. But hip hop is talking from a standpoint of gaming at the highest level. If you go see his commercial for his TCL, he's telling you, I'm gaming here. A lot of you guys aren't gaming there, and you want to be where he's gaming at. You're going to be like, yeah, I see it. No, you don't, because your TV display can't afford that type of level of fidelity. So that's my part with it. Is it worth it? Yes. $700. I had Neo Geo back in the days. Day one, a $700 machine back then, and every game was $250. Every cartridge I paid for was $250. So that's where I was gaming back then. Thank God. Every game is not $250. You're crying over $70 games. I'm laughing at you dudes. I wish Neo Geo games were $70. So listen, if you want that PlayStation 5 Pro, and they're right, Digital Foundry and none of those videos is going to show you what you're going to have in front of you. You are not ready. All right? You are not ready. But you need the delivery system and you need the display unit in order to get that and to achieve that level of fidelity. That's all. You're right.
Yo, I'm so happy that you said that. So now, Paris, the way you said that, King, was fire, and you got to come to the crib. That's all I'm saying.
I know.
Yo, Paris, I'm going to tell you right now, son, the first thing, One thing that you said was that the image quality is pretty much the same. See, the difference is image quality on PS5 Pro versus PS5. You said it looks sort of the same when you was mentioning Horizon and stuff like that. I'm gonna tell you why. When you're playing something that's like supposed to be 4K and it's dirty on the base, and then you go to something where it's 4K but it's 60 with image reconstruction, and they didn't use PSSR to do it, they used something else to do it that they ain't talk about in deeper detail yet. What I can tell you, if I turn on my base PS5 and put on my PC and compare the two, you can see a difference. When I use PS5 Pro against that PC, the same game.
No,
like,
no,
All right,
we are
hold
not
on, hold on.
doing
No,
this.
okay, no,
We're not
we're
doing this.
hold up. No,
Hold on,
we
hold-
aren't doing it. We aren't
No,
doing
we
it.
are doing this. We here.
Because
We
I
are doing
wanted
this.
last moment things. I still
We
haven't
are
even,
doing this.
Hold up. No, but hold up. I gotta finish this subject real quick. Let me play Cog's video while you collect your stuff.
Because I got two more things to say on top of that.
Okay, hurry
I put
up,
money on
please.
it.
Because I still have Cog's video for South of Midnight to show, and we went on this giant rampage in PlayStation
all right.
world.
Look, I know I'm gonna just say these two things. I know I gotta go. I know
There
you're
you
talking
go,
about now you talking about the average consumer and stuff like that, right? I get it. I ain't trying to hear that. I'm talking about what it does. I ain't talking about what someone can afford. That wasn't the topic. The topic wasn't about what someone can afford. The topic was about what it does. And I'm sticking to that. What it does and what the PS5 Pro does is significantly better when you have what King was talking about, the proper equipment to show it. So that's what I'm saying. So I can't look at an average person and say, oh, because I don't got something, then it ain't worth it. No, it ain't worth it to you in your situation. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole average consumer.
There's
thing.
no problems with that part. There's
I
no
ain't talking
problems
about
with
that part. You know what I'm saying? So don't try to knock something because you can't experience it. We ain't doing that. So then the other part was closed environment. When you look at a console and it's closed environment and stuff is being developed and made, and technologies and proprietary technologies is made specific for this console, you're going to get more out of it as opposed to a system that's open source where you got hundreds of different types of machines that you got to account for when you're making something. Because throughout that process, you will get different experiences and different performances. So when people talk about PC, yeah, my PC do certain things. Does your PC do the same thing mine do? No, it ain't always like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing to look at. But with a PS5 Pro, everybody that got it will get that particular experience. And the last thing I'll say about this is the motion flow, that soap opera effect that we was talking about. I'm telling you, if you play any of your games with VRR on and auto ALM, if you play any of your games without using that motion, you will see blur effects and things in the background that is gone when you use the soap opera effect that I'm telling you about when you use OLED Motion Pro at medium and blur and judder is set to 10. And like, don't get me started, bro, especially when you add in HDR. And
We'll never agree on that, ever.
Yo, he's like, Saul, I'm glad that he's here because listen, I'm like hip hop. Saul came over my house and he looked, he said, man, if you don't turn that Digetta off.
Turn that off.
You see? Hey, listen, I'm down with hip hop. I want everything to look like real life. I want it to look like they walking in front of my TV.
Yes,
So
exactly.
I'm down with that.
Exactly.
Listen, I'm down to go blind early.
We have all this capping for people that couldn't tell me with a difference if they were side by side.
Hip-hop, I got one
Guarantee
question for you. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
One question. You do realize, this ain't even a question, this is a statement. You do realize the motion soap opera adds latency to when you're playing, right?
Yeah, you do.
A word. So play me online and I'll smoke
Oh,
you.
Lord, here we go.
Look, I already made an example out of King.
Yo, listen. Play me online. Yo, listen.
And I will smoke
listen, I tell you this, and I'm gonna tell you this.
See the latency situation.
I'm gonna tell you hip hop. You played me on the old tech, and I do want you to show up on Fight Night Friday so I could beat the brakes off you with whatever thing you got going on your television. It's Fridays, every Friday at 6 p.m. I want you to show up, and good. I'm happy. I told you, I can see. You beat me that time. It's fantastic. I've been playing tech, and remember, I came fresh and clean. Played you. Good. I want you to show up on Friday, Fight Night Friday. I want y'all all see it now. I'm
go.
giving a declaration
And we can put money
to
on
him.
it, because I'll end
No,
that.
I don't gamble. I don't gamble. I'm just gonna listen. I'm just gonna beat you for the fun of it, right? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna have fun beatings, right? So I don't want you to lose money to it either. Yeah. There's way too diddy. But listen, no baby all involved. He's just gonna get beat, and I just do want him to show up, because it'd be a fantastic thing for you to do. But listen, I know you got to get out of here.
I gotta go. I love y'all.
And love you. Peace. And yeah. Catch you later. No hashtag no PlayStation 6.
All right, so all right, back to the South of Midnight conversation.
You see, Tyrus, when the inmates run the show.
Does anyone else have anything to talk about, like the the boycotting of South of Midnight? I think the only person we've heard from is Mav, because I'm gonna be honest, I expected just a couple bars on the PlayStation 5 thing, but then I turn around, I'm like, man, 10 minutes done gone by.
You knew that was gonna happen. I don't know why you thought it was gonna be anything different.
It is what it is. Anyone else have anything else they want to say?
I'll say something. I'll say something on it. Because I'm gonna have to get out here in a minute too. I mean, I've seen, like, you've named all the usual suspects, and how they try to drum up controversy over this for engagement and grifting and all the other things. You judge a game for what it is, man. It's like that. That's just the advice I give anybody. Because, like, people are trying to bring up Sweet Baby Inc., consulting on it, and doing all these things. It's like, okay, fine, whatever. But did you play the game, and did you enjoy it, or did you not enjoy it? Did you feel they were trying to push some message on you that you didn't feel was fair? I mean, that's an individual choice. I understand all these things, but to have people that, number one, haven't not seen the game, they have no real information on it, and they're making all these wild assumptions about it, all in the effort to rile you up, to get you upset, to get people talking. That's all this stuff is, man. So when I see Grums and all them talking, I just roll my eyes and I just keep it moving, because they want you to engage with it. That's the whole point. They want you to argue about this stuff.
They're trying to get that engagement on Twitter. So I said, at the end of the day, don't be a follower. Establish your own opinions on something.
Yeah.
Now, if the game comes out and you see, like, people you trust have the same opinions of you, that's a little bit more understandable than before the game. Before, like, 88% of people's played it, like, oh, I agree with you. On what?
Right.
The whole thing's just driven by hate to begin with, man. That's what I don't like about it. Like, that's a big problem. It's not just within gaming, it's like with the world and all this kind of stuff. Like, and social media is a big part to blame, and you can go to actual media as well, right?
And
like, it's just all too much, man. Like, for me, it's just like, if you're interested in it, play it. If you're not, don't.
But Mav, that's common sense. You're using it, and common sense is not going to gauge in the push the numbers.
I will say that paying people on Twitter has led to this, because now it's all about how much you can, throw out a net and catch people. But unfortunately, it's just like on YouTube, on like TikTok, any social media that pays people. Once you put money into it, people will do whatever it takes to get those views, those clicks. If we ever went to the direction where you can monetize a Twitter or an X account, which I agree, you should be paid for the work that you do on any social media platform, especially when you put ads on anything. Yeah. It's just, that is the double-edged sword.
When you make posts like that, like these people are doing, you're going to do one of two things. You're going to rile up other people, or you're going to catch something deep within somebody that makes them agree with you. Right. And then they kind of create this like mob of people that have this like deep seated thing that they didn't know they had. So those people don't see them as grifters. They're like, oh, they're right all along. Like, I agree with this. Well, and the other side is like, these guys are just completely exploiting all these people. It's the same thing with podcasters too. Grums
is definitely exploiting the hell out of people's hate.
Well, I'm not gonna worry about a particular individual, because
I'm not worrying about anyone. I'm just
a particular individual.
I'm just calling an apple, man.
No, but I'm disassociating the podcast from even having a conversation about an individual. But engagement farming has definitely been prevalent. The fact that when you start naming Sweet Baby Inc. and you see they had any dealings with the game, it automatically gives it a negative connotation. And to Mav's point, and to Paris' point, have you played the game? Is the game something that you're interested in? What I won't do and what I won't allow is somebody to tell me how my food tastes. That's never going to happen. I'm going to try my food for myself, and I'm going to let you know how I feel about the meal at the end of it. But at this moment, we see more people trying to push people away from a product. And I don't know if it's incentivized by background dealings. I don't understand if at any point in time, are they gaining a check to steer you away from the game? It's different things. We have to start to learn to decipher things for ourselves. The game always interests me. It didn't take away from the fact that Sweet Baby Inc. worked with them, because what we did have was we had certain people on the podcast that talked about the level of influence that Sweet Baby did have into it, and it was only, does the script look good? Does the script work? It was, so that level of interaction with Sweet Baby Inc. is not rewriting a game to push an agenda. No. Yeah, the script looks great. You could reword it this way because they had somebody that was a linguist in the South or anything. I don't know their level of involvement, but what I won't do is say that this game is woke, because that's a different trigger word. That's a dog whistle for other things. And I'm not going to do that. I'm interested in it. I love the movie True Blood, and the show True Blood. As soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, this reminds me of like True Blood.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm interested. I'm already invested because I was invested in that world. And I don't know too much about the South, so I want to learn more. So the fact that they do have lore tabs that I can learn more about characters and learn more about their motivations does help me. So I'm interested. Sweet Baby Inc. did not deter me. And other people talking on Twitter about something that they did not experience, or do not have, doesn't take me away from an individual or a game at any point. So I hope people use common sense and don't allow people to influence their decisions in their making, because it's your money. At the end of the day, remember I told you, this is a solo experience that you are experiencing, but you can use that experience with others. But you cannot experience it unless you partake in it. And don't let somebody deter you from something that you're truly interested in.
Yeah, and so I want to come down to it, going to the Sweet Baby part, the Sweet Baby Inc. Like, look, clearly there's been said some crazy stuff about certain people that work there on Twitter and stuff, and it's just like, even if we want to deem, Sweet Baby Inc. maybe not the greatest consulting company, I still don't think that means that we don't need consulting companies. Like, it's just like, even if you deem one bad to your perception, it's like, there's still people that's all across the country, across the world, that don't know about what it's like to live in America, and vice versa. So it's like, there needs to be consulting companies. I'm sorry to tell you, like, not everyone can write about everything because they haven't experienced anything. Like, for instance, if someone from France was making a game set in New York, do you think they're going to be able to actually get the stuff that they need, the life experiences that's in New York? Probably not. So what do? You hire someone that can give you the perspective of people that's actually lived in New York. So it's like, we need to stop this. Every consulting company's bad, because I don't like that.
I remember when we used to ask creators to do this more.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When we used to ask for them to do more research and to get help to make sure things are accurate and representative and stuff of the kinds of worlds they're trying to create. But it's now gone into this thing like, no, let's just let them figure it out and guess. Like, because
it's almost, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's almost in this vein of the conversation. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
If you don't go out and consult and get actual subject matter experts on it, then you're condemned for that. Well, this isn't a representation of this culture, of these people, or this region, or whatever. How dare you? Why didn't you consult with some people and get it? Then you do it. Oh, the consultants are ruining the game. They're pushing an agenda on you. It's like you literally can't win in this current climate. So, again, me being at that studio and talking to the people in that studio, no, they get it. They understood that we are not the subject matter experts about this region of the world, about the deep American South. Let's get people in here that actually understand that culture, that understand the dialect of that region of the world, so that we do it right. We understand an artwork style, the music, the sounds, all these things that go into what makes South of Midnight what I think it's going to be when people get to play it. So I'm actually appreciative of that. Like I said, I got to talk to the studio head. I don't know. We probably talked for him about a good 45 minutes or an hour, just casually, not necessarily off the record, but not like a formal interview. And he fully admitted, he was like, look, we had a great idea, but we knew we didn't know what the hell we were talking about. So yeah, let's go get people that does, so we can make this game and realize the vision of what we're trying to do. They should be applauded for that, not be condemned for this nonsense that you see online. But at the same time, it's just a small vocal minority that's doing this. I think the vast majority of people, when that have already seen this game in the trailers and stuff, they're excited for it. They're not yelling "Sweet Baby Inc." or this other stupid nonsense that these vocal minority people are doing. I know it's hard to ignore them because they're constantly talking and constantly riling people up, but that's the only way they go away. If people stop engaging with them and giving them fuel, they'll go away eventually. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen anytime soon, but that's the only real solution.
Forte, has anybody gone into GameStop and said, hey, was Sweet Baby Inc. involved with this game?
No.
Unfortunately, as long as there's money to be made, I don't think these people are ever going away.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, as long as you can monetize hate, these people are never going to go away.
We got to read these super chats, bro.
Yeah, the best thing you can do is just block them and move on. Forte, you were one of the only people who ain't said nothing on this. You got anything to say, or we have pretty much said all the bars you were going to say?
No, you got the bars have already been said. We already know there's always going to be differences of opinions. I just always tell people, lean on your own opinions before you parrot other people's, and try to. There's nothing wrong with, but understanding and liking what other people have to say, but at the end you got to be your own person too. So
the part that just gets me is just like the following. Like, it's just like so many people would rather just look at one person on Twitter. Oh, it's got 100,000 likes or whatever, we're just gonna go with it, instead of like doing a 10-second Google search. And it's just it's frustrating.
That's too hard, bro. You already know that.
Well, we got $5.
Use their brains.
We got a $5 super chat from Elemental PO. Hip hop. Xbox going to update the GPU for the Series X to help more with fidelity and performance. Hip-hop
I would just tell you to update your display because you have VR, or I would tell you to update your PC, and then you have that fidelity there. So if you need that help, we have a code for NZXT.
And we got THX1138. Lord Cog is now the last rodent in these realms. Yes, after this, we're going to show his bars on South of Midnight. It's not too long. It's only like 3 minutes long. Elemental people with the $5 super chat. Do you guys remember when Sunset Overdrive had weekly videos you could see in the game when you went to the center of the town? What if South did this? I really did enjoy South of Midnight. I did enjoy not South of Midnight.
Sunset
Overdrive. Yeah,
I thought Sunset Overdrive did a lot of innovative things that Spider-Man should have used as far as that town hall thing. That was pretty good. Danny Passion Official, $2 super chat. PS5 Pro downvote, thumb down. 4090 and 4080 don't need upscalings to beat it. This is true. Hamish K with the $2 super chat. South of Midnight looks awesome. Hope y'all are well. Blessings. Michael Mooney with the £5 super chat. If you have a Samsung TV and a Samsung or Apple phone, the TV has a calibration system for the current TV. Please don't run it with a soupy opera hip hop. Stop that. S Cruz with the $7, $8 super chat. You guys seem like you're in the know. Can you tell me what's the world's most powerful console is? The world's most powerful console
it's the PlayStation
is the Xbox Series X, because it is the most stable console. The GPU and the CPU is stable. You have a bottleneck with the PlayStation, and if you don't believe me, you can look at some of the games that run poorly on it.
It's the PlayStation 5 Pro. $2
I won't give it to him. Sorry.
I'm definitely by South of Midnight. $2 super chat from Danny Pash Official. Consult gamers, not consulting companies with agenda.
And $5 super chat from Hamish K. I'm from Australia, and I love learning other cultures. I'm looking forward to know more about folklore in South of Midnight. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely sit there. Paris, you got anything to say before? Because I'm assuming when we come back, you'll be gone. So, tell people
I'll be gone when we come back. I guess I'll. Wait, am I on mute? I'm not on mute. No, I'm on mute.
No, we hear you.
No, just thanks for having me up. Appreciate it. Obviously, always love to go back and forth with hip hop. I'll never agree with him on that soap opera stuff. He crazy. But yeah, man, y'all keep doing your thing. Obviously, you know I love y'all, everything that y'all do. And yeah, dude, it's just all about gaming, man. Yeah. I'll say this. I'm excited for the next couple of weeks. How about that?
Yeah, yo, Paris.
Let's go.
Blessings, bro.
Yeah,
Keep
appreciate
doing
you coming on.
Thanks for
And
coming to Paris.
We
No,
are
appreciate
going,
it, man.
we are
And
going
that
to
flight simulator, you better let me know if they flew you out again, because I wanted to be your co-pilot. We were supposed to be up in there, you know. Hey, I was supposed to be Gunner.
I got my flight stick ready for that game, bro.
and we will be back after Cognito's messages.
Yes, sir. It's that time. This is the one I've been waiting to talk about, actually. South of Midnight Compulsion Games. We got a 30-minute doc. And first of all, what else I want to shout out to Paris, man. I got a chance to see his interview with Compulsion, you know what I'm saying, and the voice the person who did the voice capture and voice actress, and then the motion capture actress, and then obviously I believe the creative director, I believe the gentleman named Ahmed Best or something like that. But look, so that shout out to Ty Guy Travis. IGN has a fantastic gameplay reveal. Well, not gameplay because they ain't let you play it, but they had his discussion of being there and Compulsion and the experience, because I believe it was a hands-off demo. So full disclosure, everything's been hands-off yet. So people got to play the game, and then we'll have our final, idea. But let's get to it. South of Midnight looking like one of them ones, man. I ain't even gonna hold you. Like, look, I'm very hard on Xbox, and I'm the leader of the hashtag Just One movement. And for those who do not know, hashtag Just One means, one thing that I really appreciate about PlayStation, those AAA experiences, is that level of the production value, obviously the over-the-shoulder, third-person camera, narrative experience, deep storytelling, and graphical fidelity. And, I want to shout out ILP, you know what I'm saying, Addict, you know what I'm saying, King, Soft. We were the first to break, Compulsion, on ILP, and them telling us, the community manager at the time, shout out to Nadia, was kind of like that they were going to do a hashtag Just One style game in development all those years back on ILP. And we were very excited. Obviously this is a super creative, ambitious studio. Compulsion, I don't feel like they've had their major hit yet, their home run yet, but you see the potential. I remember playing Contrast on PlayStation. I believe it was like one of the launch indie games. Very unique game using light and dark. Obviously, Attic is a big We Happy Few person. I love the British humor. Now, again, We Happy Few didn't all the way execute, and we heard about the development of the game. Just getting that game out the door was rough. So we always want to know, a studio in Xbox's care, right, being developed during that whole era. So this is the beauty of what we're going to learn about South of Midnight. It's like, if they execute this is going to be a crowning achievement for a lot of detractors, because detractors say, hey, we need to know when the Xbox, when studios under Xbox Ray, they make a new IP, what happens, right? In this vein, this seems to be, man, look, this game looks stunning. As a person who was extremely critical of I remember when I first saw South of Midnight, I was like, yo, is the frames? What's going on? Like the stop motion? I didn't know what was going on. I thought it was a frame rate issue. It comes to find out that's a visual style. But then we find out you could turn that off. But what's crazy is the more I watch it, the more I see it, I'm actually appreciating it. The documentary was fantastic. The thing that they're doing right now is we are getting to see Deep South. We don't see Deep South again. Forget what race you from. Forget all that other stuff. Deep South is something that is missing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think of New Orleans. I think of, Tennessee, like there's that dark, gothic, and then almost that voodoo. You know what I'm saying? That, I think that one of the boss fights leading up to it, the music is almost like like how in horror movies, like, Freddy's coming and all that stuff. 1, 2, Freddy. They were doing something like that, but with like this alligator creature, two-toe Tom, or so wild. It was a very eerie kind of thing, and it just really adds to the culture of the game. So you can tell they doing their homework on the music, they doing their homework on the culture. And let's just get the elephant out the room. As a black man, it really is heartwarming to see the design of Hazel. Like, she looks like a dope character. You could tell, like, every little aspect. I like the way the braids is flowing. I like her outfit. You know, she's got a little spunk, a little personality to her. You know, and shout out to, again, the voice actress and the young lady that's also doing the motion capture. I believe Hazel's like a track star, stuff like that. Then the most important part, the actual gameplay. The gameplay looked dope. She's a weaver, right? Apparently some spiritual, supernatural powers. She's, you know, can glide. She can attach to the, you know, with LB or whatever, to different things and swing. And, you know, it just looks dope. I also like, the thing that I like that I got from the documentary that I didn't know is that it just seemed like a basic game where, you know, you're going to be going to different areas and fighting creatures. It seems extremely narrative based, where I like, you know, she's taking care of, like, you know, I guess she's looking for a mom, but she is a segment where she's taking care of like an older woman. And I thought that was dope. And see the animations and the interactions. It looks like there's a lot of story here, right? Oh, shout out, I know they did their research. They got my man Olivier on the music. I'm telling y'all right now. Olivier is from the Dutemo days, who did the Streets of Rage for music. He got the blessing for Yuzo Koshiro, who's a legend. Listen, they doing their homework. I'm telling you right now, everybody, I've been researching, everybody they got in place is really official. And what I like is, for the coach's standpoint, they like, yo, because, you know, the South is big on respect. The South is big on, yes, ma'am, no, you know, they implemented a lot of that, and they're actually going and checking people, you know, as far as the performances, if it's authentic or not, because they really want to do well. So look, Sting looks special, man. This looks special, and if they could pull this off, Xbox, this would be the just one, and I'll get off their back, because I've always been on like, yo, when y'all gonna make one? This is shaping up. The more I see it, the more lush the backgrounds and the Hazel character, the animations, and I think they're going for the 12-hour experience. So you ain't got to be 30-hour open world. It got that feel. We'll see if they pull it off, though. There's still a lot here. Now, obviously, we got to talk about the controversy. You know what I'm saying? Lightly. I'm not going to spend too much on it. But, you know, obviously there's certain groups that, you know, don't want to support this game based on, you know, let's just say the actions of some. And this is what I will say. Regardless to the truth on it, regardless that there's receipts out there, I'm not going to sit there and be dismissive if someone or groups or individuals are doing racist things or making comments about groups of people. I don't care what race you are. I'm not going to accept that. I'm not for that, right? I don't care who you are. What I will say is this. I am not going to penalize the entire studio based on the action of one. Right, because we've been down this before. We've seen kind of this type of stuff with was it Hogwarts? We've seen this type of stuff with other games where the CEO or someone will do something stupid, and you're like, you know what I mean? Like, so am I going to penalize all the hardworking developers whose views may not align with this one individual? No. So that's how I'm looking at it. And at the end of the day, is the game fun? That's all I care. Is the game dope? Is it fun? That's what I'm here for. But man, like, Compulsion, man, I'm pulling for y'all. This looked like it got the making of. I know Fable's next year. The only reason why Fable wouldn't qualify is technically it's already an existing IP that's being brought back. This is a brand new IP we've never seen before, and I'm super excited. Shout out to Compulsion. I'm more excited than ever after seeing these last trailers, and especially from interviews and commentary from people I trust. And yeah, we got to keep our eyes on it. So maybe the hashtag just one curse will be over, and maybe it's South of Midnight. But I'm super hype. Game design, music, character, story, you know, abilities, bosses, everything seems to be there. Now we just got to play it. We got to make sure that they execute that, but we'll see. But that's all I got. South of Midnight Compulsion pulling for y'all. Let's see what happens. Peace.
Good. Like, got to receive it, bro. I'm not just using the codec that comes out of.
All right, we're live.
All right. Okay, so we're back, and the PlayStation 5 aftermath. While Addict goes and he destroys his own level of aftermath, we will definitely reach into the annals of time. Because a lot of people picked up the PlayStation 5 Pro, and some people said they didn't see anything, or some people said they did see things. I want to know from the panel, if you have a Pro, if you had a chance to see it, witness it, bear witness to what it's able to do, or if not, what kept you away from it? So we're going to start with Mav first, because I know my man Forte, is in the know. I want to know Mav's perspective because I don't think I got his perspective on this.
Yeah, I don't have one. In fact, I actually recently sold my PS5 just because there's not anything that I was looking forward to coming
No
out.
Xbox games that you wanted to play on your PC?
No, I'll play those for a better value on my Xbox. Yeah, so I was in the camp though that like, hey, if you want to buy it because that's your like go-to platform and you play everything on PlayStation and you just want a little bit better, you know what I mean? That's for you, right? Like if it was, and I had said this at the time, right? When this thing was announced and shown for the first time, that if Xbox made one, maybe I would be looking to get that because that's where I spend all my time. And if I was able to play my console games that I play better on it, then I would maybe be interested in it, even at the price tag. However, now we've seen what the actual PS5 Pro can do. And we've seen a lot of the breakdowns and the comparisons and all this stuff. And since we've seen that stuff, since it's actually been out, I would say even if this was an Xbox, if I purchased one day one, if I got the upgrade that this is giving, I would have been extremely disappointed that I had spent that much more money to upgrade to that. And I would have regretted the decision. So that's just me personally. Now, that's because of my taste and my preferences and what in the games. Like, I'm not super picky about extra ray tracing, right? I'm not super picky about a little bit more resolution or like, hey, the shadows are have a little bit clearer image quality. And oh, look, there's like 3 more cartoon animals in the background on these stands really, really far away. Like that stuff I don't care about that. I think we've been in a good place, honestly, fidelity wise for a long time.
Right.
Like games have been looking really good for a long time. Like we got games like Red Dead Redemption 2 and Death Stranding last generation. You know what I mean? Like those are looking sharp. So for fidelity wise, like I'm okay with where we're at. But where I was lacking in some of these games was the games that are struggling to hit 60 frames on console. Right? The games that are like 40s, 50s and stuff, and they can't really do 60, or they decide to lock at 30 because they know that performance mode isn't going to be able to hit 60. Right? And that's where I was thinking, okay, well, maybe the next level console that they're given in the mid-gen is going to be able to help push these games over the edge.
Right.
But that's not what we've seen, right? Like I saw a million cases where people are saying, "Oh, they're going to be able to do it because they're going to be able to lower the resolution and use the pisser and then take it to all this other kind of stuff and then make it 60 now," you know. But we see games like Alan Wake 2 out there, and it's actually performing worse on the Pro than the original PS5, right? And other games that are like, we're getting 50 frames now, we're getting 53.
Yeah.
What do you freaking do? Like, unless I'm getting a superior performance level, that's what I would have been interested in. But it's just not there. The CPU is too limited in it. That 10% boost is really what you're getting there. And it seems like the extra fidelity they're trying to add into the performance on some of these games is actually contracting that performance down even further sometimes. So for me, I would have been disappointed because that's not what I was looking for. But if you're somebody like hip hop gamer that loves motion blur and you like and you like all the bells and whistles and all that kind of stuff of fidelity and all that stuff, and you're not as worried about performance, I guess, like, hey, it's all for you, right? Go for it.
All right. So Forte,
Yo,
being that you're on the front lines, you see people come in all the time. Please, you got to tell me that story again with the guy came in and what he did to get to his PlayStation 5 Pro really quickly and before you give your take. But that story was kind of crazy.
Yeah, so I'll give it was 2 of them. So one, a person that was getting a PlayStation 5 Pro, man walked in the store, had a big container. When you see containers walk in the stores, you know it's about to go down. He pulls out an Xbox Series X, pulls out a PS5 Slim, and he pulls out a Switch. And I was like, what we trying to trade it in for? He said, I'm trying to get a PS5 Pro, bro. I was like, okay. So he traded in all his stuff to get it. Never gonna tell, hey, listen, man, you can get rid of all. That's what it's for. Get rid of all your old stuff to afford what you want in the future. That's 100% something you can do. And I'm happy that he was able to get it. And I hope he has the utensils at home to be able to take advantage of it. What are you about to say, Addict?
When it comes to me, it's like, look, if you take gaming serious, and I think when it comes to me, if you should buy this, is what's your uses for it? Do you primarily play on PlayStation? How many games do you play? Do you just play like Call of Duty, Madden, or 2K? Do you play more of a variety of games? Because I feel like these variables decide whether or not you should invest more into it. How are you still on the PlayStation 4? Are you still on the Xbox One? Because to me, if you're just coming from last gen and you're looking at the PlayStation ecosystem and you play a lot of games, then maybe invest more into the PlayStation 5 Pro. But let's be honest, if you just play Minecraft, Call of Duty, 2K, just buy that PlayStation 5. I don't think it's like this. There is a need for this. The reason I don't have one is because I already beat the game that it involves with. I do feel like by the end of the life cycle of the PS5 Pro, it will be worth the money of all the games as long as PlayStation really pushes developers to take advantage of it. But right now, biggest game you guys had was, to me, that would involve me, is Rebirth. Fam, I already beat that. And I'm not the kind of person to replay a game just because I've not bought any game that I beat on Xbox, on PlayStation, on PC, because I've already beat it. I'm not the kind of person to replay a game just because I'll get a better fidelity. It's not me. But like I said, if you invest into these things and you play a variety of games, especially RPGs, and you play a good amount of them every year, and you're turning on that PlayStation 5 Pro multiple times a year, multiple times a month, then I would say it would be worth the money. But from the outside looking in, disclaimer, obviously, I don't have it. As of right now, it's not out of the realm for me buying it, but I don't see the value at launch. Most likely that's going to change in the next, probably 6 months to a year. They're going to have a lot more games that's on it, but right now I would say it depends on how much you play, what's the primary platform you have, because if you got a PC that's relatively strong PC, you don't need this sucker. But I will say, if you are on console, this was this thing. Sorry, go ahead and say Forte.
No, you're good. So, for me, the PlayStation 5 Pro is a needed device because I feel like it does move us forward and I think it's more of a theory of what the next system can be more than anything. But I don't have one. I have experienced it on some very, very high end on some very high end stuff to be like, yo, if you look at it in a vacuum of what a console is, there's nothing better when it comes to the overall fidelity of what that thing can put out. So it does really come down to the utensils you're using in order to be able to view that in the experience that you view it in. You don't just you don't set up a gaming room or your man cave with the worst stuff in the world if you really want to take it serious. So that's going to be something that's going to be at the middle of a lot of people's toolkit. But for me, like you said, Addict, the PlayStation isn't my primary platform. And the main reason I didn't get it is because God of War is the reason I buy PS5. I buy PlayStations all the time. They already released both God of Wars this generation, so the next one they go come out to probably PS6. So there's no reason. Really
hashtag no PlayStation.
Yeah, hashtag no PlayStation 6. So there's no real reason for me to pick it up at this point. Now, as a gamer, I will end up with this system at some point. It's just no reason for me to do it right now. You're
gonna be pleasantly surprised at the Game Awards.
Oh yeah. If they listen, if they come out and they show something that I'm like, I'll pick it up. But as of right now, my biggest thing is, and if I go off of my PC side of it, I was rocking 1080. But before I sold it to you, Addict, I was rocking that thing for 4 or 5 years. And then I went to a 3070 And I was
I
rocking that
forgot
for
I
three.
bought that off of you.
Yeah, and I rocked
You
that
gave me
for
a
three,
good
four-
deal. It was like for $1.50. You sold that to
Yeah.
me for.
Good deal.
Why do y'all keep hitting at the Game Awards for something? Like this is like
Well,
a trend.
my-
I've
No,
noticed.
the Game
my-
Awards
my-
is next month. You'll find out next month.
You'll find
My
out.
thing for the Game Awards is that God of War, the old versions, they're gonna have them remastered. So yeah, I get my Kratos back, but I hope
Yeah,
they
yeah.
don't, you know.
Yeah, if that
Nothing stupid to
happens, and if that happens, I'm gonna be like, I need to play this the best.
Yeah,
I
for
could possibly-
2027, 2026, 2027, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy the best thing I could buy to play that on. But for me, when it comes to like the way that, but for me, the way that, hey, listen, if it comes to PC, that's where we gonna be at. But for me, I have to see a substantial uplift for me
Yeah.
to really want to move. Like when I went from a 3070 Ti to a 4090, I'm like, that's a uplift. I'm like 40, 50 frame uplift. It's like the money doesn't matter. It's like I want a better experience. And that's mostly because, like Mav was saying, you know, we already had really good graphics. I got tired of 45, 52, 53 frames per second. I was like, screw that. I just want better. And the PlayStation 5 Pro does give you that, but it doesn't give me enough for me to want to do it for that platform right now because it's not the primary one. But like I said, it's a great chance that I'll have it within the next 12 to 14 months. I just don't have to have it right now. Just like a lot of people don't have to have this stuff right now. Don't mortgage out your future to pay for something that is only gonna, you don't have everything to go along with it. And that's the biggest thing I'll tell people.
The other part to that, Forte, for me, it would be like most of the PlayStation first party exclusives already have really good 60 frames modes.
And they look great.
So yeah, exactly. And they look great. So like enhancing that is like, okay, yeah, you're going to get a little benefit. Like, so where it comes into play is more so the third parties, right? But for the most part, the third parties is what we've seen are the ones that have been somewhat
Struggling.
not taking advantage.
I think
much,
the biggest issue they're having too is like when you push these kind of products, like you need to either have your own games or other people that's established that it's going to run drastically better. And let's be honest here, like by the time this game came out, the big heavy hitters for this year have already launched. Like imagine if they said, well, you know, Spider-Man 2 was coming out around this time, or Elden Ring's DLC was coming around this time, and it's enhanced already. By the time this came out, it's like, okay, but you want me to play old games because I've already played all these games. Now, obviously, that's just us. Most of the time, people ain't playing as many games as we do at a week-to-week basis. But it's just like, I don't know why they put this out with nothing to really, you know, promote it with.
The thing is, the problem with the PlayStation 5 Pro, and this is the reason why I said that they were supposed to bundle Astrobot with this machine. I played Astrobot on the machine, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see any difference from the Astrobot on the base to the Pro. You could say it was a little bit sharper. The frame rate was absolutely stable. These are the things that you can't show on a screen to get people to buy. You can show updated graphics, like more. You could show that, but you can't show stable frame rate on a television screen that doesn't go higher off of the broadcast, because you have to, you know, when you're getting the codecs of it and you're displaying it and you're putting it in a commercial, the format that they use isn't really indicative of high frame rates. So you can't show it to the public. You can't show it to the populace. This is the reason why they have kiosks in stores where you go into the store, you see it, and it's word of mouth from there, like, oh my God, did you see that? That's the reason why this thing isn't selling as massively, besides the price. You can't show it. Now, when you do have it in the house, I'm going to explain to people that do have the display unit that can take advantage of the machine. The stable image quality and the stable frame rates is second to none on the PlayStation platform. You weren't getting that from the base PlayStation 5. If you're super pleased with your base PlayStation 5, but you do have the display unit that can take advantage of the PlayStation 5 Pro, I will highly recommend you doing so. If you do not, have the display unit that can facilitate that what you need out of the PlayStation 5 Pro, don't worry about it. When you're able to utilize it at its maximum, because that's what you're going to do, because you don't want to be that person that purchase it and say, I don't see the difference. I see the difference. I see it because I have the display units. The same reason why I will have my Series X and I'm playing my games and the VRR is working incredibly. I go to somebody else's house, they don't have the same unit. They can't get the same quality that I'm receiving from my Series X. So now it's all about your display capabilities in order to extrapolate what you want from these devices. These devices are capable. Are you capable to get that stuff out of them from the display units? That's where it lies. Should you purchase? The best game I played so far on it, like I said, is Ghost of Tsushima. Today, you're going to see me on Twitch. I'm going to be on Twitch Live. There's King David, ILP, shameless plug, on Twitch, where I'm going to be playing God of War Ragnarok. I was going to do it yesterday, but it didn't finish downloading. Even though I have the disc, you have to load everything in and the patch and all the updates. This is the reason why I tell you guys you don't actually own a damn thing. But I'm going to play that game today to see if that game is one of the reasons to own the machine. So far, I'm at a 60-40, and yes, I'm super happy with it. And 40%, well, I could have stayed with my 5, base. My son has my 5 base. Do not go into financial debt trying to keep up with the Joneses with this device. I would be telling you this the same way with the Series X. I believe Xbox realized that the jump and the trying to explain it to other people, what the jump they would see wasn't worth it. And they would just go on to the next generation. I hope that now that the Pro is out there, all that VRR stuff that's in the pipelines and everything, now developers are going to use that more because the PlayStation is using it and the Xbox will benefit from it. And we will get a chance to see really who's the most powerful box in the street. Because when you have a box that is completely stable and a box that you have to leverage the GPU and a CPU, I want to see who really comes out on top when it comes to that. And native image quality. What's really the native image quality? Because my TV tells me exactly what the PlayStation is pushing, and it's not 4K. It's 1440p in some instances, and it's 1800p in some instances. I haven't seen an actual 4K display from them yet, but maybe with God of War today, without checkerboarding, I can get a 4K display.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
It comes down to that. Anyone else got any more info? What we talking about? Forte, do me a favor. Look up the statement from the Video Game Awards changing how they're doing stuff while I finish this up. Oh yeah, we talking about that.
I'll look it up.
Anyone else got anything else you want to say about the PlayStation 5 Pro? We good on that?
Yeah, if you like it, get it.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to that, it's just like, look, what do you use gaming for? Do you just play Fortnite? If that's really all you play, then maybe you don't need a PlayStation 5
Don't be attacking my
Pro.
addiction, bro.
Are you just on a podcast talking about PlayStation all day in a negative light? Then maybe you shouldn't be.
Hey man,
buying
stop
a
attacking.
PlayStation.
I feel a little attacked here.
Man, if the shoes fit, lace them bitches out.
That's right. That's what they say. That's what they say. Hurt dogs holler, boy. So if anything I say hurt your feelings, holler.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the Video Game Awards, man. We got a lot going on right now with the Video Game Awards. Jeff Keighley, obviously, when it comes to Jeff Keighley, I myself have a love-hate relationship with the man. I respect everything he's done in the industry, but I feel like he's awfully convenient when he wants to do something that I feel is like maybe for a business perspective that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, like moving dates back for certain games, but not back for other games, or just the way he moves in general. I do feel like sometimes he lets the business perspective of his companies hurt the actual product. And I understand everything's about money, but sometimes if you don't have a good product, you're not going to get that money next time. And I feel like sometimes he'll come out there and like rushing people off the stage that got Game of the Year, or We've always had like a love and hate relationship when it comes to it. I do feel like we are part of the problem. We give this man plenty of traffic. Us just saying that this is coming out. When is the Video Game Awards this year? December what?
I have no idea, boy.
Yeah, December something.
I think it's
someone.
12.
Someone in the chat.
I don't know.
I know someone in the chat knows. You guys seem to know everything, apparently.
I know it's on a Thursday.
So the 12th, yeah. So it comes down to it's just like I want a good mixture between announcements and awards. And if you were to have to give some of those minutes to the people that won the awards, then I would prefer you to take it out of the announcements and not the awards. Because obviously what they're not doing is they're not taking from the ads. So if you're not going to do that, have like one or two less trailers. Give these people the time they need to actually speak their bars and stuff. But there was one particular thing, obviously we could talk about anything Video Game Awards, but there was one particular thing I wasn't feeling. And Forte, actually share your screen and let's read this sucker, man. Let's read this sucker.
All right.
Yeah, this, I don't know. I wasn't feeling this, man. And I need my therapy. So we need to read this statement. And there's a particular thing that could be happening, man. So let's read this.
Here you go, right here. All right, are DLCs, expansion packs, and remakes, remasters eligible? The Game Awards aims to recognize the best creative and technical works each year. Irrespective to the format of the content release, expansion packs, new games, seasons, DLC, remakes, and remasters are eligible in all categories. If the jury deems the new creative and technology work to be worthy of a nomination, factors such as newness of the content and its price/value should be taken in consideration. So the biggest thing we need to take away from this is they actually put this in writing in the actual bylaws of what the Game Awards is now. Up until this point, we know that that remakes were a part of it because we did have, I think it was Resident Evil 2 actually got nominated for Game of the Year. So we know that it was always something that could happen. But this
it was the DLCs now. Expansions can be
expansions
part of it now.
And everything.
And apparently BG looked up and they did change it this year. This is changed.
Yeah, we went back into the Wayback Machine and looked it up. And yeah, this was something that was literally added on the date, which was yesterday.
Yeah, to me, you could stop sharing.
Yes, sir.
To me, I don't like this. It's one thing. I didn't like remakes. I didn't like remakes being considered for Game of the Year because I feel like you're just, obviously Resident Evil 2, stuff like that's a little bit different because I do feel like that was the ground floor for like next level remakes, but still they're remakes. They're old bars, painted a new light, showed again. And to me, it's kind of disingenuous that a game could win Game of the Year twice. Like Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake. I don't like that. But when it comes to this, it's just like, now we're trying to put expansions. So now a game that came out this year that probably deserves that spot is going to get overlooked by Elden Ring's DLC. I don't like that, man. We'll start with King because I started with the guest, the whole topic. We'll start with King on this, King. Man, am I alone in this? Are you okay with them having Elden Ring? Look, and I loved Elden Ring. I recommended it to everyone, but I don't feel like an expansion should take away from a brand new IP being in that Game of the Year.
Well, make a category of DLC of the year, so you can eliminate that. But listen, there's agendas to be pushed, and y'all voted this dude in. I never wanted him in. When the person that benefited the most from E3 going away, this is him. Y'all all champion E3 going away, and y'all never been there. That's like
chat
saying
wants a poll. Let me put a poll in.
That's like saying, "Oh man, I want them to abolish Disney World. If you've never been there, you on board with that? Go to the place first. Go to Mecca first. Go bow down to the great gaming gods and see what a E3 is before you can say you don't want it to be there." because I can guarantee you everyone that has partaken inside E3 would never side on that side. So that y'all sided with him, and his only benefit was to destroy E3 so he can rise. So now y'all got to deal with Keeley. This is Keeley's world, and y'all are just part of it. So whatever rules that he comes up with, y'all got to deal with.
You know what we needed to do, King? We need to come together with our whole community, Weapon Wheel, hip hop, and we need to have our own awards.
Yeah, and we also need to get a rent out. Hey, y'all go upstairs. Go, get out of here. Yeah, we need to get a space and hold our own in person, because the whole thing with E3 was in person. Listen, I don't watch any award shows. I don't watch VMAs. I don't watch BETs. I don't watch the Grammys. I don't watch anything because I don't care. And I don't care about this. I don't care about any of these games winning Game of the Year. I don't care about none of that stuff, because 9 times out of 10, my backlog makes me play a game that's a year out. And I'm yelling out, oh, this game is hot. But it was Game of the year before.
Put a 1 in the chat if the realm would watch an ILP rewards. I don't even know what you would call it. The Iron Awards.
The Iron Lords Awards. Oh boy, don't even make me part of that, because then I'm gonna have to be absent. I don't care.
If we
about
would
it,
do
bro.
that, we would do it in January, because I want the whole year being part of it.
They would do it in January, and I would have Dirt sit in my spot, and he can go over that, because I don't care about telling somebody what is the Game of the Year. I don't really care about this guy when it comes to this stuff.
But here's the thing, like,
is cool,
if we have a community and we have a platform and we don't like what he's doing, wouldn't you say the best thing is show him how to do it better?
No, a lot of other people don't like what he's doing. I don't care what he's doing, because it's not just a him thing. This is just a me thing. A me thing is I don't like award shows in general. I don't like looking at the landscape of everybody's hard work and picking one and saying, I choose you. Some people didn't agree with that.
The Iron Lords Awards sounds pretty. I'm gonna be real with you.
And that's fantastic. Put down there minus King, because I don't
I ain't doing
care
it
about
if you
this
ain't
stuff.
gonna do it.
Don't do that. Don't put that level of pressure upon me.
I ain't doing it. If all 4 of us ain't there, what's the point?
I'll be there in spirit. I have my doppelganger Dirt. He'll be there.
Dirt.
Listen. It's just fundamentally, I believe that every game that makes it across that finish line to get produced and played by gamers is the Game of the Year for the people that enjoy it, right? So fundamentally, I have a problem with that thought process, right? Because I do see the hard work that goes into it. Again, there can only be one winner, and there's a bunch of losers. And if you guys want to pick one game to be a winner, good. You want to sit through 7 hours of people advertising stuff to you, because that's what it turned into, and turned less into what it was in the beginning when he was scrounging around looking for dollars. Now that he doesn't need it and he gets all the money, it's an advertisement show, it's a placement show, it's a product placement show.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong there, man.
That's why I like New York City Game Awards. Not because of what it represents, because when we're there and we're participating and you get a chance to talk to everybody there and their games are there, I know it's hypocritical to say I'm more about the atmosphere opposed to the actual winning, even though we presented an award to somebody that won. I had to be part of it. I had no choice. But I do like the atmosphere. Well, if we all can participate, fine, that's great. But again, I don't like the premise of awarding somebody one thing when everybody worked hard. And sometimes my Game of the Year doesn't coincide with Forte's Game of the Year. It just doesn't work that way.
Do you think, because obviously, Jeff has to run an organization, he's got to make money, he's got to add advertisements. I don't mind the advertisements as much, but it's like you're on an internet infrastructure. Like, you don't have no one to like really answer to. If you gotta, my biggest issue is rushing people that won awards off the stage That's my biggest issue.
No, my biggest issue is when he goes to break or whatever after commercial, you see awards popping up on the side of the screen for individuals who worked hard on their game.
He'll give like Kojima like 10 minutes of a show and then rush like 5 awards back to back.
Yeah, back to back.
Yeah.
I literally had to hold my tongue because I was going to say some buck wild just now.
Yeah, it's just that's my biggest issue, man. It's like, look, like when he does that, the Summer Game Fest, that's the place to do that, where you rush trailers out. But it's like, but when you set up that you're doing an award ceremony to respect and reward and celebrate the whole gaming industry and the people that make games, to me, it's disrespectful to rush them off the stage. That's just me. Mav, what's your opinion on the matter, man? What you feel about the video game awards?
Oh man, I just noticing King almost dying down there over something. Dude, I like the awards show because it's not an awards show. I like the reveals, right? I like the new trailers. I like seeing Blade shown last year from Xbox, right? I like the unknown of what's going to happen. As an awards show, it's meaningless. And I know it means something to the people that are winning the awards, right? But if you actually look at it for like, okay, are things being properly considered, properly evaluated? Is everything being included that should be? Are the categories done properly? Who are the judges? How is the transparency of this whole thing? The fact that it is in December and not after the end of the year, where some of the biggest games every year don't even get to be included in it, which just absolutely makes no sense whatsoever, because traditionally in games history, holiday season games have been some of the biggest games. And to have an award show that is built to exclude the biggest games of the year that don't ever get acknowledged the following year, even if they say, oh, they're eligible, it never happens, right? There's numerous reasons that discredits this as an award show. As a spectacle, a fan of gaming, it's worth watching, but the awards are just an excuse to have this event, right? The awards was the original point of the awards was to draw people in to be able to have the show of advertising and make money off of, all the people that are going to be submitting content and ads at the shows, right? That's Keeley's whole thing, and that's his business of all these shows that he's doing, and he's benefiting greatly off of this stuff. So for me, when I look at the moves like this that he's making, it seems like, okay, well, it will probably happen is, oh, people picked Shadow of Erdtree for Game of the Year. I better put this on the website so people don't freak out about it when it wins. And it's like, there's no rhyme or reason. And he could try and stand behind it. Well, because I want these people to be the ones that decide everything. And like, no, if you're going to have an award show, take it seriously. Like, if you are trying to be the award show, take it seriously. Show respect to the people that are winning the awards, because at the end of the day, if all things are not being considered properly and everything, what did these people really win?
Yeah, I feel you on that.
I like it for the entertainment value. We always co-stream it, like to watch and see what's going to happen, but the awards themselves are a joke.
I think especially we go for the
somebody sent me something crazy that almost killed me.
We realistically go for the announcements. Let's be honest.
Yep.
Like
that's really it.
No, the awards were the original draw because he didn't have the announcements to have yet. So how's he going to get people to watch? You have awards,
and then we can be honest with this too. We do put a little bit more emphasis on the game of the year. So we have Crown our Lord. I assume next week's going to be Crown Our Lord. To me, especially with the putting, expansions and stuff in Game of the Year, kind of makes me just want to we ain't doing it this year. But we don't really necessarily do it for us. Our community likes the back and forth bickering that goes on. So it is what it is at this point. Because King's there for the Crown of the Lord stuff, but he's never really there for the streaming. We don't really want to watch that thing half the time. We do it because we know you guys want us to react to it. I got no issue with it, but at the same time, it's just like I just don't like the way it's ran half the time. I feel like it's mad disrespectful. And you know what's funny when the Kratos Christopher Judge was doing that thing, I thought they were playing that music to amp up what he was saying, not to tell him to get the hell off the stage.
Yeah, that's how he took it. He's like,
because that's the first time we've ever seen someone get rushed off like that. Because most people,
was super disrespectful.
Well, he went for like 20 damn minutes, man. It's like so, like
but still
at a certain point, right?
But they ain't do that for other people though that were up there on the stage for a long time though.
Well, exactly. But the point is, after that, like every person got rushed. But then what I had an issue with was the following year, because they let him ramble as a joke to begin, and then the next person that immediately won, they cut short.
Yeah.
And that one was an actual meaningful award, but you gave Christopher Judge more time as a joke because of what happened the year before. Like, come on, it doesn't make sense.
That's my big thing. It's just like let's be. If you're gonna do a Game Awards, do a Game Awards. I do appreciate the announcements. I do. I don't think no one is gonna deny that we don't appreciate the announcements, but I do. But I think, when it comes to that, man, is that pretty much everyone good?
Yeah, good, man.
King, you good?
Yeah, I almost died, but it had something to do with Kojima and Jeff. It was just ridiculous, and I was about to say it, and it's ridiculous. Anyway, I almost died twice. But Hamish, that wasn't true. That almost killed me. He was sending me something too.
Remember we had like Kojima announce his podcast? I mean, like stuff like that is just like. Some of it, like you can tell a lot of the stuff that Keeley does is self-indulgent. Like, look at me, look who I have here with me. Or you have like Troy Baker talking about doing interviews and stuff about remasters and stuff about stuff that's like 2 years away. Like, I mean, nobody cares about seeing that stuff at these shows. I just don't. I don't get.
I just like the announcements. Everything else is
the announcements
whatever.
are great.
So. Yeah, and I hope this year that they show the announcement of God of War, the original trilogy, where actual Kratos was Kratos and not this sad dad, taking care of somebody else's kid.
You really
I
got
don't
an
like
issue with that Kratos, don't you?
I can't stand him. Imagine somebody taking your greatest character, and imagine them taking Master Chief and taking his butt cheeks out on the screen. Imagine them doing that, right? How did you feel when you saw Master Chief cheeks and his helmet off all the time? That's not the guy you signed up for. And you could not stand the fact that people like that dude. Yeah. Now you feel it, right?
I was pissed.
It felt like when they showed Mike Tyson's butt cheeks the other night for no damn reason. I was like, what the hell y'all did that for?
You notice the camera like panned down.
Yeah, like y'all set it up. Like, what is this about? Oh, hold on. See, I got to take my glasses off because I can't read them.
Well, I'm going to read them afterwards, after the topic.
Yeah, no, it was this one. There's only one. Bruno Ramos.
There's like
45.
Oh, it is? Yeah,
there's
a couple of them.
Oh, my bad.
All right, is everyone good? We're gonna move on. All right.
We're done. That's it, right?
Yeah. That's the last topic. All right, let me get these super chats. You guys can go ahead and take off though, Mav and Forte. Say your bars.
The outros.
Go and take off.
Go ahead, Mav. You can go first.
Yo, hey, it is awesome to be here. I was super happy to see the invite last night and stuff. So thanks for having me, guys. It was a great show. It was always great seeing Paris and a hip hop gamer come through as well. And yeah, lots of great topics, man. It's a crazy world in gaming right now, but ultimately we got a lot of awesome stuff to look forward to. If you guys want to find what we got going on over on our channel, just go look up Fun Speculation on YouTube. You can find on all the social places, Fun Speculation. And yeah, we're looking forward to tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. We'll have another episode of FSP, which is Fun Speculation Podcast. But tonight also on 3Bit's channel, 3Bit with Fuzzy Belvedere. I'm going to be hanging out with them on Pixelated Echoes. So go check that out as well. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I love peeking into your channels when y'all doing your thing, and I had to do a super chat the other day because
I saw that, man. I super appreciate it.
And just let you guys know that I do appreciate everything that y'all do bring to the space because y'all do work hard, and it's just that topic was super dope and how y'all crafted it. So I just had to show my appreciation to you guys. So blessings.
Thanks, man.
Man,
Have a
they put
good
that
one.
work in. Yeah, shout out to you.
Forte, man.
Yo,
people can find you at, man. What you got going on?
Yo, man. Well, first of all, I appreciate the invite as always. You know, being a person that can stand in, you know, as hard as it is for Cognito every once in a while, it's a blessing to know that you guys trust people like me to come in here and help be somebody to facilitate the conversation. And I always love being on here with you guys. And you guys are family. Y'all know that. So with that being said, Gaming Forte, YouTube, Twitter, Xbox Live, PlayStation, Blue Skies. Don't go to Blue Skies. Who cares? But
I don't mind if you go to Blue Skies.
Yeah,
but,
go.
like,
Yeah,
people be like
hey,
a little too ridiculous. Like,
yeah, it's kind of it's all fun and games. But DBS podcast with the homies, slow to the backslap, like King says, slow backslap,
Slow backslap.
slow and backslap. Shout out to Slow Mo Backslap in DBS podcast every Thursday 9 p.m. with the homie. Definitely come check us out over there. And once again, man, really appreciate you guys and hope you guys enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy the games you're playing.
Yes, sir.
And that's all I got for y'all. Y'all have a good week.
I want to thank Slow Mo Backslap for slowing up today. What's up, Forte?
and I feel like you're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I do. I was doing it on purpose the whole time. Because you don't remember King Boo Boo. You don't remember none of that stuff. You don't remember how he got on the outs with me. Anyway,
I remember how I got on the outs with him.
I know. I appreciate you so much. I really do. And especially at short notice being able to pull up. But also, your foresight is definitely necessary in this space because you actually are probably one of the only impartial people that we do have. Like, literally call it down the line. So when dudes is telling you it's this, you be like, nah, bro, I'm here in the store. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not that. And I appreciate that. So I appreciate the fact that you're able to not pick a side and actually tell it and call it straight down the line. So you are probably one of the best referees that we do have in this. And I always will get a fair shake from you. So I appreciate you, brother.
No, I appreciate you, brother. And same thing with you, Addict. Like I said, thanks for the invite. You guys have a great week. Enjoy all the super chats y'all about to read. Because I gotta put my member chat in before y'all end the show. So you're gonna get one extra.
I'll go ahead and turn on text to speech while we're reading these.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good night. Let me know if y'all need anything.
Bless.
Now, unfortunately, text to speech might take a couple seconds because Spartan 661 just gifted 5 ILP memberships. Appreciate that, Spartan. We'll go ahead and get through these. I have it up for $5 or more.
So we got Brunos Ramos with the 27
R. I don't know what that is.
I think those are rubies.
Salute
Lords. Yeah. You gonna read it or me? All right, salute Lords. Shout out for y'all for doing an amazing work. Blessings. Vince Vita with the $2 super chat. Jeff wants a FromSoft next world premiere. He probably does. Lord Roughness with the £5 super chat. Jeff will be stuck this year because his platform did nothing. I'm tuning in just to watch him squirm. And Bruno Ramos Dios with $54.90. About the TGA, I advise everyone to follow my lead. Skip that crap. That's what I do. Spartan 661 gifted 5 Iron Lord podcast memberships. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. First off, y'all, I want to appreciate we're coming through. See, you guys can't call me a greedy dude because I turned off text to speech for the whole show because there's too many people. I don't mind one person not being able to hear it when we have like 3 or 4 and we're like trying to have like an engaging conversation. That's when you have to really turn that off because you don't want to like bother the show that much. But I want to appreciate everyone coming through, man. We had like 700, almost 800 people. I think we had 801. I think that's the most we had, and we had a solid show, kind of like it was last week. What's funny is it's a shame that it wasn't Cog and Solve last week and me and you this week. It was like
that would have been dope.
Kind of have like a Monday night, whatever they called it back in the wrestling days. Monday Night
Raw.
Yeah, Monday Night Wars. That would have been. We might actually have to do that one time. Like split into 2 groups and like plan our shows. Like we got to start. I'm really gonna sit down and think about a way to do that. And then what we'll do
a midweek mix up type of thing, like these do.
Yeah, and then what we'll do is like maybe we'll compete who got the most viewership, super chats, and we amp that stuff up.
Yeah, AKW, I love the logos. I'm trying to figure out how I can incorporate those logos, but yeah, I definitely appreciate it. But Addict, my guy, we sat down here, we pulled up, and we did the work. I thought we was gonna have Alex on the show because I was definitely gonna get at him on some
I
stuff.
ain't reach out to Alex.
Talk to him later about that. But the people that we did have on the show was definitely necessary in this space, and I do appreciate each and every last one of you, from Hip Hop Gamer to Paris to Mav to my man Slow Mo Backslap. It was fantastic for having y'all here. I'm messing with you, Forte. You know I love you to death. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, this is gaming. I don't want you guys to put yourself out, but if you do game at that level and you are a fan of the PlayStation, by all means, go out and get it. PhilSpencer's conversations that he had with everybody, he said the same exact things over and over again. The only things that he said different was acquisition season is still in effect, and that they was putting out hardware. So if you didn't take anything other than that, you have an agenda, all right? Because he said the same exact thing. AKW, the £2 super chat. Hey, did you like the logos? I read that before you even put it, but I appreciate the $2. Yes, I love the logos, and I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate that. The PlayStation 5 Aftermath and Jeff stuff. I don't care about the awards, but I do care about the announcements.
Explain to me how we still had a 4-hour show, just two of us, really.
No, we didn't have just two of us. It was
you get what I'm
was here,
saying.
bro.
Like
Yeah.
we're all to blame when it comes to the length of the show. Well, but we got all of us in here. That's why that thing's just long. With me, you call Gansov.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go ahead and send you guys over there. Let's see who's playing. Who should we send them to? I'm looking. You know what? I'm gonna make a power move. I'm gonna send you guys to Bam Namco, because they're over there streaming Dragon Ball Sparkling Zero. Go in there and tell them, show them the ILP community, man, because they don't really be messing with us a whole lot. Go in there and we got to do brute force sometimes, man. Go in there and put.
Go to Gaz. Gaz is on.
They have to have their stuff on.
Oh, Gaz doesn't have his stuff on, bro.
Unless their stuff's on, I can't send them to them. Like, the only people I can send you to is pretty much them or Weapon Wheel. And we send you guys the Weapon Wheel all the time. So unless they put that, I can't raid people that don't have that setting on. So yes, I'm going to send you guys over there, Band Amco. Go over there and put ILP, man. I want them to know who Iron Lord's podcast is. Blow they chat up. Yeah, blow they chat up.
Boom! Let's get them.
Yeah, we're going to, you guys have a good day, and we out.
Peace.
Thank you.